be mine.
Hope it's not. Hope it's not too late. I hope it's not too late.
Good, you be mine. You be mine, oh. Good, you be mine. You be mine, oh. Good, you be mine. You be mine, oh. Good, you be mine.
first.
Hola, hola. How are we doing today? Good afternoon. Welcome in, everybody. Good to see you. I finally got done with my taxes. Okay, wait, let's see who's in here, okay? Alright, we got Cheeto with the Hotel Trivago. Oh, hold on, I actually minimize. Why would I do that? Mr. Miser, welcome in. Chip Chaser. Testy, first in. No, you were not first in Twitch chat. Stop.
Big Bald Beautiful John Fettermog.
Hey, McTwisted. Thank you for the sub. Hey, that guy doesn't exist. Welcome in. Hope your stream was good. I'm assuming you just got done with stream. Oh, hold on. We gotta change this out. Yes, that was Lauren Southern. Oh, no, hold on. That was not Lauren Southern. This is legal. She's legally distinct. She's a legally distinct entity, okay? She's my very good friend, Lauren Northern. I can't hang out for too long today. Going to see my friend's babies. Nice. Southern Lauren, legally distinct. True. Just did taxes since not too bad. Yeah, nice. Nice. Lauren Middle? It was very good. Oh, good. Good to hear it. Y'all should go check out That Guy Doesn't Exist on YouTube. Is there a way to, like... Hold on, how do I do this? Here we go. Go check him out. He does, like, politics. Oh, no. He had twins. Oh. I feel like... Okay, I'm just gonna be honest with you. If I found out I was having twins, I think I actually would be pretty upset. You know? Because, like, you no, I would not... Okay, I'm not gonna abort. I'm not gonna do that shit. But it's gonna be a moment, like, you know, like the stereotypical telling the dad that he has twins moment. I would have that exact same I don't see why it would be any different, because it's, you know, I can 100 like having to give birth to two babies. One child tells only truths, the other only lies. I'd be happy and panky if I had twins. Happy I get a 2-for-1 sale, but sad I get 2-for-1 taxes. Mr. Beans would go gray overnight. He'd probably lose all his hair overnight. Oh my god. If I was having twins, I would give one away in childcare house and tell the other one that if he doesn't behave, I have a spare. Oh, you only have to pass 2 kidney stones? Jesus Christ. Although, you know, I say that, but I don't actually know if, like, I would probably want to ask, women who have given birth to, or people who have given birth to twins, if that was not, like, as bad of an experience as I might be thinking it would be, you know? Because if you're already dilated, yeah, sure, you have to push twice, you know? Like, you have to push two times, right? Jesus, man, can you fucking imagine? Okay, just imagine the amount of space that one baby takes up in someone's belly. And now think about, like, just like, try to, like, picture in your mind that same space and, like, 3 babies. Are they smaller relative to one another? I do believe twins are... I do believe twins tend to be smaller. Don't push too hard, Dana stairs. Oh, McFiston, if I'm understanding correctly, that's always that's like a risk just in general, you know? And in fact, they will... Not to get too gross right at the start of stream, but, like, I believe that they will strategically cut you if they think that that is going to be a possibility, because it would be better to have a yeah. It's better to have that could be controlled. Hey, Eon, see-through B, yeah, controlled tear, yeah, yes, thank you. That's right, controlled tear. That's the word I was looking for. I don't know why. Which that terrifies. That is terrifying. Like, can you imagine? Wow. It's slightly worse. Like, you're already passing a football, so 1 sucks, but you're already passing 1. 2 isn't gonna change much once you're drugged up. That's what I would think, Mr. Miser, but, like, I just don't know. Nature is beautiful. You know what's the best part about all of that is that, like, you know, after all of it, like, all of the oxytocin that's, like, coursing through your body, it's apparently one of the functions of oxytocin is that it makes the mother forget like the pain. Can you fucking imagine? Like, this is what our bodies have evolved to the point where we are just like, you know what? We're gonna throw in a little, we're just gonna do one of these, like, we're gonna do one of these, you know? Just so that you'll keep having babies. Like, you won't... Also, that's why they're willing to do it again. I'm sure, I, like, you know, of course your personal experience is gonna help, right? Like, if you've had a terrible fucking birth, you might actually, like, never have children again, you know? I've had something close to that level of pain, and by God, I don't remember. Epiostomy. Oh, epiostomy? Get an epidural and get a C-section easy? I don't believe C-sections are any, well, I think that, I mean, it's still like, C-sections are still surgeries, you know? I don't know that I would prefer, like, a surgery. I don't know if that's something I would prefer, you know? Either way, you're having to recover for months. C-sections are woke. Say Sand, welcome in. I remember right before the needle went into my spine and then waking up in the hospital room. Yeah. Have you seen Instagrams where some women have been pregnant for, like, every year for 12... Jesus Christ. That's ridiculous, bro. Also, by the way, I know you can't really see it because I've kind of drunk most of it, but I made another batch of ube simple syrup last night, and so I'm back on my ube arc. Ice memes, you're pregnant? Why are we talking about this? Hey, no, I'm not pregnant. Welcome in, me UV6KC. I'm not pregnant. I think I don't even know how we got onto this topic. If I'm gonna be completely honest with you, C-sections suck ass. It's cutting through your abdomen and your tummy scars unless you can get the graft. Like what is ube? Here, I'll show y'all what ube is. Husbands, you sure you want to go through that again? Wives, oh yeah, it was so beautiful. Husbands, oh yeah, beautiful. William, I'm gonna be honest with you. I kind of figured as soon as you called me ice memes that it wouldn't be like some random chatter. That guy doesn't exist says I'm pregnant. I saw Mark Engel's yaoi on my timeline this morning and I kind of want to take a cold. What the this is the holy shit, bro. Am I toxic if I told one woman that being a mother, her whole personality, that she isn't achieving any unusual thing. She's just doing basic shit that social norms require from her. Okay, no, I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. It is, look, okay, mom culture, especially mom culture in America is very, very crazy. Do a stream about how cool Artemis 2 was. I do want to look at the splashdown because apparently I completely missed it. So I will look at that today. Little toxic. That was Blackbird's mother, by the way. Jesus, my Kristen. When he wouldn't eat his veg. But no, I think that okay, wait, oh, hold on. Before I forget completely, let me tell you what ube is. So ube testy is a yam, right? It's like taro, if you know taro. And the reason why ube is like a huge thing right now is because A, it's purple. Okay? Like it's like when I say purple, I mean fucking purple, okay? It can actually look like this if you put like ube and stuff. And like I've made ube cookies before. Well, actually, there was a time last year where I found ube extract. And then I made like ube simple syrup, which is basically just me putting ube in my simple syrup, literally. And then I was putting ube in literally fucking everything. My lattes, my chais, my instant, like my overnight oats. I made ube cookies. Like I did a whole lot of, I was on a fucking ube kick. And it's basically, if you've had taro, this is more of like, I like this way better than taro. Taro is like one of those things that, like, I'll take a couple sips of a taro latte, but I wouldn't drink a whole latte. Or I wouldn't drink a whole ube boba. Oh yeah, I was putting in my boba tea. And then for a little while, I ran out of my extract. I couldn't find it. Ube tastes like custard, in my opinion. That's not a bad comparison. I don't know if I would agree completely, but I could see how you would think that. And you can barely say the word purple, that's how you grade. Wait, what do you mean? I have ube mochi. Ooh, ube is the new avocado toast, maybe? Okay, wait, hold on. What the fuck? We've got shorts, hold on. Wait, oh my god. Okay, wait, what is this? Blackburn with his mom, okay? This is Blackburn with his mom, alright? Let's see.
I don't want to take a bath. I mean, I don't like getting wet. Water gets in my ear. It's awful experience. Awful experience. And here's the thing, and I hope you see my argument here. It's not fair. Here's what we can do. Let me just propose something. We turn off the faucet, And I go back to watching the princess,
Who is this? This is somebody I know, right?
the girl on the TV. What if we do the octopus toy? I got the octopus toy. Octopus toy. Now that's interesting. You know, Mom, right?
True. Okay, let's take a quick look at these other two links and then I will... You say purple funny? What do you mean say purple funny? Subscribe. Okay, cool. I love this anime. It's cute. It's It's very interesting. You never negotiated bath time with your mom? I don't think I ever did. I did not. I do not relate with that experience of like hating baths. But also, I don't think I ever had baths. Like even as a okay, maybe when I was a baby, I would have baths, and then at some point we switched to showers, and like. I just never had any issues with them, you know? Your rant reminded me of this. What's this? Blue foods.
We're having Christmas at my house this year, right? 3 months out, my cousin calls me to discuss her son, my cousin's son, which makes him...
Your nephew?
Someone I couldn't give a fuck about. Anyway,
okay. Your nephew wants
She calls me up. The first thing she says, she doesn't even say hello. The first thing she says is, Brayden can't have blue.
Okay.
What the fuck? Brayden can't eat blue foods.
Okay, wait. This is actually cool. Imagine like what is this, a live fucking comedy special? And this man is sitting underneath the table, I'm assuming, controlling this fucking puppet and doing this is some talent right fucking here, bro. What the hell?
Apparently, this kid, if he eats anything with
with the fucking hand gestures and the expressions, and this is great, bro.
blue food preservative in it, he just taps out. That is bullshit. Firstly, don't call your kid Brayden.
Hold on, I'm turning this down a bit. Jesus Christ, why is it so loud?
Secondly, blue is not even a natural colour for foodstuffs. It occurs very rarely in nature. Name me one blue food.
Blueberries.
Blueberries are fucking purple!
Oh, fucking amazing.
I'm talking about Mentos blue, like 7-Eleven slushy blue. What flavour is that? Fucking highlighter? I know, Randy, blue means mint. Mint is green. If you planted mint and it came up blue, you would set that shit on fire. And it's cool. It's cool. It's like ice. It's like water. Water is clear. The only time water is blue is when there's billions of tons of it and it's all in the one spot. And then it's got all sorts of shit in it, like salt and sharks. Blue means sharks in it.
This is great, bro.
It's got sharks.
Okay, all right. This is a fucking instant fucking subscribe right there. Good job, Blackburn. All right, one more. This is how births will be given in the future. Okay, this is a risky click. Okay, wait, hold on. Imagine it. Oh, wait, hold on. Patented invention from 1963, designed to help women give birth easily. Oh, that sounds like a pitch, bro. It rhymed and everything.
This table was designed to help women give birth easily, and it's based on a patent filed in 1963.
Wait, oh my god, stop it right the fuck now,
First,
bro.
the pregnant woman is strapped onto the table, lying on her back. When
Hey,
labor
yo, what
begins,
the fuck?
the table spins at a calculated speed, theoretically using centrifugal force to assist in delivering the baby. The table's speed can reach up to 8G, which is equivalent to forces experienced by pilots during high-speed maneuvers.
No fucking shot. You can spin.
And fighter jets. The speed of rotation is adjusted dynamically depending on the mother's progress and the baby's position.
How the fuck can you tell the progress? No.
This force
also,
is
Angry
intended
Moose.
to assist the uterus in
Interstellar
pushing the baby
birthing.
out naturally by supplementing the mother's own efforts.
The fucking bell
At the
is
base
like
of the rotating table, a soft cushioned receptacle or net is installed to catch the baby safely once it is expelled.
Okay. This cannot be fucking real. Oh,
The receptacle is designed to absorb the
This is fake
impact
as
and
fuck.
gently cradle the newborn,
why are they fucking
preventing
hamster
any
suits?
injuries.
The
The
net, yeah.
system features a bell that signals when the baby has been delivered, especially in case medical personnel
my.
are momentarily distracted.
Why would they be distracted? Why would they be distracted? Okay, I'm sorry. Why would they be distracted, bro?
Once the baby is delivered, the table is stopped and the mother is unstrapped. The newborn is immediately taken for standard post-delivery medical checks. The apparatus
Score!
includes
Yeah.
a manual and
Icebeans,
automatic
this is a
stop
joke.
function to halt the rotation immediately
Hold
if
on.
complications occur. The system limits the maximum rotation speed to avoid excessive forces that could harm the mother or the baby.
Yeah, okay, can I just say this is fucked up on like 1,000 different levels. I have no trouble believing that this is a real patent, right? Or that somebody came up with this fucking idea and somebody else was like, oh, hey, you know what? That's good enough that we should consider making it. But I don't think that... I seriously doubt this would have ever been actually made, right? There is a woman passed out and throwing up in birthing pod 6. Birthing pod 6. All personnel to birthing pod 6. I wonder why they never built this. Like, okay, if 8G, like, if they're experiencing 8G, can a newborn even, hold on, can a newborn even, like, tolerate 8G worth of force? Like, what if the, can the force of its, like, this does not make any sense. The video makes it seem reasonable, which is the joke, like the bell part.
The concept was developed by George and Charlotte Blonsky, a childless husband and wife duo with no medical background. George Blonsky,
okay, this is AI, ain't it? This is AI, digital reconstruction.
Mining engineer, and his wife were inspired during a visit to a zoo where they observed an elephant giving birth.
This has got to be like AI animation from like a photograph of these people, right? What the fuck is going on?
The elephant moved in a circular, almost spinning motion before delivering its calf. This behavior intrigued them and sparked the idea.
I have a feeling, I have a distinct feeling that all of this fucking elephant footage is AI, and it's like awful because you could just use normal elephant footage. I don't think we've done the infant 8G test yet. In the old days, they just had the strongest villagers spin you around until the baby was yeeted into the forest. Wait.
That centrifugal force could assist childbirth. Although the US government awarded them a patent in 1965, their invention remained a theoretical concept and was never implemented in medical settings for reasons you can easily guess.
Oh my fucking god, bro. Okay, okay, alright, chill. Okay, wait, let me see this, okay? I need to... I need to see if I can find this fucking... Does anyone else remember? Hold on, let me get the music back up as well. Okay, I don't remember which one it is because there's so many fucking unhinged Tomorrow's Teachings videos. But does anyone remember the where's the baby? I got rid of the fucking baby. What do you mean you got rid of the baby? And it's like cut to a shot throwing yeeting the baby off the cliff. Oh my god, then how do we know it didn't work? Oh my fucking god, yo. This is crazy. Okay, I want to see what it said. Imagine it misses the net and you get thunder cunted by an 8-pound baby traveling at Mach fuck. Here's one more bit from that comedian so I can sell more people into following him so I have shit to talk about how I love him. Okay, yeah, here, hold on. Hold on. I leave for 10 minutes and this is what you have on the screen, Beans. Oh, yeah, absolutely. What else are you expecting? This is one of my streams.
If you are a parent of young
Okay, all right. We're gonna watch a bit of this, okay? Maybe all of it, but then we'll move on.
children, chances are you have already done or said the thing that will be the direct cause of your child's worst adult moment.
Okay.
And the best part is they won't even realise it's your fault.
All right.
But you'll know. You'll be sitting there at the back of the courtroom, just shamefully watching the cross-examination. So tell us, again, in your own words, Zane, you took a shit in a mailbox and then punched a police horse? And your mum's at the back of the courtroom going, oh my God, it's because of that time I put curdled milk into his Fruit Loops and still made him eat them. It all makes sense now. Difficult being a parent. Don't envy that job. Do not envy it at all, you know? I mean, I grew up in a very loving home. Very loving parents. Never wanted for anything. Happy Pants, hypercoloured T-shirts, Ninja Turtles, Michael Bolton, etc.
Michael Bolton.
And yet it's very easy to blame your parents for your own dysfunction. Particularly if they're boomers. Oh my God! What's to be done with the boomers? Too many opinions, not enough computer literacy. They're all getting radicalised by Facebook. No more screen time for the boomers. Internet's a scary place for the best of us. They're all running around in their sensible polo shirts trying to figure it out. Get them out of there! I mean, I find it challenging. I'm sure we all do, you know? You wake up first thing in the morning and someone's like, oh, hey, what's your fully formed opinion on this incredibly complex social issue that you just learned about 5 minutes ago? Quick, type it into your phone so the rest of us can tell you to fuck off and die.
Oh, Jesus.
The confidence of people on the internet is truly astonishing. Imagine the self-belief it takes to tell someone you've never met before that you hope they get fucked by a chainsaw.
Wait, that's something we do. What do you mean?
I mean, what a
That's not a boomer
consequence-free life
thing.
you must have led up until that point. The kid that jumped off the roof onto the trampoline and didn't break their arm. Oh my God, you're invincible. I bet one day you could be the Attorney General. At a point where... Oh, get fucked, Sydney. I'm outraged today.
That reminds me.
Why would she lie?
He's calling me out personally?
Fucked.
Okay, now.
We have to never forget that knowledge travels faster than the speed of self-righteousness. Like, your opinions are kind of worthless if they're unbendable over time, you know? You've got to be willing to change your opinions, learn new information, adapt, fucking keep step with the knowledge. You have to be more like the algorithms that absorb all of your online activity to the point where you just have to think about buying a yoga mat and one smashes through your kitchen window. And if you're unhappy, you know, just fucking change.
Oh my God. There's like, my friends and I sometimes will talk about like strategies, like, you know, essentially like coping mechanisms that people who have ADHD, like, there's things that you can do, right? And there are books that you can read. There's so many fucking books, right? And so many fucking methods, and especially if you have ADHD, and like executive dysfunction is kind of what like kicks you in the butt. Like, one coping mechanism isn't gonna fucking work. Like, it's only gonna work for a little bit, and then you have to switch out and try something different, right? And like, so many of these fucking self-help books and like these books that like have coping strategies and like ways to like think outside the box, or like, you know, jolt your brain into like doing things, a lot of them end up being like, just fucking change, just change, just do it. You know, books for someone with ADHD, great idea. Oh, come on. It doesn't, ADHD doesn't necessarily mean you don't have the, like, attention span. It could mean you have too much fucking attention span for a book. You know what I mean? And in any case, a lot of these books, like, I mean, you know, as y'all know as much as anybody that it doesn't really require, like, the book exists. All we need is for like one person to have read the book and make like a TikTok about it. And then it's like everywhere. And everybody has the book. They've probably not read it, but they've watched the one person that said that they read it. They have the book and they're showing the book and they'll put it on their screen or whatever the fuck. And that's all that needs to, like, as long as the message comes through, as long as one person has read the book, that's all we need, right? ADHD, more like ADHD. Ayo. Okay, let's finish up.
If you have the means to change. If you don't have the means to change, that's a terrible situation. I feel awful for you, but you probably do.
Oh no.
I mean, if you're here, you know, can afford to come and see this shit, you
Okay.
could probably change.
All right. All
Might be
right.
the hardest thing you've ever done. Might take ages. But please, for the love of God, if you're unhappy, fucking change. Because quite frankly, you being miserable is ruining it for the rest of us. Yelling at me in traffic because you married an arsehole, just end your marriage. You're killing the fucking vibe out here. Geez, I can't wait till we retire so we can hate each other in a camper van instead. I've always wanted to yell at you in a camper van. Traveling only broadens your horizons if you're open to having your horizons broadened. Otherwise, you're just the same dickhead in a different deck chair.
Nice, nice, nice. Good one, good one, good one. All right. No, no thank you. No dickers. No thank you. Jesus Christ. Oh, hold on. Did I mute? Oh, wait, I just paused it. Nice, okay. Cool, cool, cool. Changing? Me? I'm over 37. It's over for me. No, it is not. We've talked about this, McFiston. Hey, Hybrid Heathen. Ice is live. Yes. Not affiliated with the real Ice. In any way, shape, or form. But yes, I was late this morning. Not yet. Nope. Conduit biscuit, that's not happening. Welcome in. I'm 37. I'm not long for this world. What do you mean? How are all of y'all 37? Okay, hold on. We need an age check. Don't tell me your age. Tell me your age range, okay? You know like the age ranges that they do? I need an age range check. 29 to 35. Oh no, hybrid heathen. Same though. The 29 to 35? Well, okay, the 18 to... Come on! Big Ice cracking down on brand infringement. Yeah, winter guy, welcome in. I'm 20 to 30. God damn it, fuck y'all. 30 to 14 to 20? 14 to 20, Jesus. That's, yeah, here, don't... Jesus. Okay, also, can I just say that, I want to show y'all this, okay? Because it reminded me. This isn't a boomer. This is absolutely not a boomer, okay? But, so my parents' neighborhood has like they have the official neighborhood Facebook group. And then they also have what is they basically have a snark Facebook group for their neighborhood. And it's like, you know, like it's like the official blah 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 community page, and then the snark page is called, like, you know, insert neighborhood name, ridiculous comments, or something like that. But that's what it is. It's a snark subreddit. It's I see subreddit. Jesus, I'm Reddit brained. Okay, this is on Facebook. And the other day, somebody posted this. Okay, one of you own a little fat kid, dark brown hair, a few inches long. He has a black BMX with a brown seat, I believe. just witnessed him throwing things at cars. He was with 2 others. After I stopped to say something, they cursed profanities. When I see him again, I'm stealing his bike and throwing it in the pond. If you won't parent them, I will. I'm the guy in the black Jeep that they were filming after I followed them up the street, hoping they would run home. Yo. This fucking... I'm on Unk's side. Like... the fucking comments, bro. Somebody, it was so fun. It was actually so funny. If I didn't have to, like, you know, if I didn't, I don't want to. I'm not gonna pull it up, obviously. But like, I wish I could show you more of like the comment. There was one comment that basically like. The only issue that they took with this guy's post was the fact that he said fat, okay? And so there was like a 20 comment long thread basically arguing back and forth about the use of the word fat, you know? And and then later on somebody else came along, okay, after that comment thread had gone on, and is high calorie child politically correct? It was so funny, you know, high calorie child. Your parents live next to a psycho. I don't fucking know, bro. I'm not calling people fat anymore, okay? I'm calling them high calorie. I think it's great. Not for any woke reason, but it's just so funny. Oh my god. Oh, I love this term. I know. It was great. But yeah, like, and it's funny because you don't, yeah, basically the boomers have created their own little snark communities. It's so funny to see. They use that snark, by the way, they use that snark page to like snitch on when the HOA car goes around. Child of metabolic surplus. Beans, do you think we can make Tuna do a Dracula flow? What's a Dracula flow? We watched the Thin versus Fat People Better Jubilee, and the body positive people said fat is a slur. Oh, you know what? Wait a second. Wait, you know what? Jubilee did actually have a fat positivity thing. I know what you're talking about, Empire, the Better Jubilee. Jillian Michaels versus the body positivity movement surrounded. Oh, the only thing is that Jubilee has, well, one thing, it's like 1 hour and 46 minutes. The other thing is that I think Jubilee does do like bullshit where they like copyright. So I don't know if it's like a thing where you can't watch it on YouTube or what. But yeah, Ampar, I do think, I think it wasn't it not fat, but like obese? Wasn't it obese that they said was a slur? I think it was it was not like this a week that just ended, right? That y'all watched that he watched that? Because I seem to remember him saying something, I remember one of the women saying something like that. They copyright strike hard, yeah. Well, I thought it was fat, but maybe I don't remember. I think it might have been obese. I think it might have been like the O word, you know? Because if I'm understanding it correctly, fat is like, it's like obese or morbidly obese. That's like, what they don't like. It was definitely also obese. Okay. Because I thought that fat is what they would sort of prefer, like that's what they call themselves, right? You currently cover the Sikunu drop. I don't know what that is. What is this? This is how Tuna talks?
I'm smoking Mesopotamian Stanley.
Oh, right. Yeah. He does do the Okay, I do know what you mean when you say Dracula flow. I have heard this.
Triple award-winning Soul Bleeder, Taint Blaster, J.D. Power Associates, Dingleberry Zaza.
I remember. I know exactly what he does. Sometimes talk like this. Just taking 12 seconds to enjoy and appreciate the stream not being about on. By the way, fuck farmers, tuna flow. Yeah, okay, I did. Okay, so I did add. It's okay. Hold on. Let me. Where is it? Okay, so I've added a couple of more bits. Okay, what is the price? Beans 147. I'll take suggestions for if there's a better. I feel like 47. It should either be 145 or 147 because 47. Unfortunately, I don't want to actually. I would prefer to not have too many bit alerts for amounts under 50, just because there was one time where I had like Ben Shapiro be very like that price, and like everyone was interrupting me. Hey Tyson Wine, welcome in. But I like the idea of either 145 or 147.
Donald J. Trump,
oh,
President
no.
of the United States, is in fact covering
No,
up
it's
a
played
child
twice.
rape.
No, wait, hold on a second. You said 147.
I'm mogging on his hog while I'm tripping with a frog. Call me Kermit, because it's fucking on.
What? Wait, that's not right. Hold on. I'll get you the right alert. Thank you so much for the 147. I need to fucking fix this, bro. Okay, alright. So, Ben Shapiro is supposed to be 86. Okay. Save that.
Basically, you're...
Oh no, wait, I'm sorry. Hold on. Wait, I'll play that one too. Hold on. What is happening? Okay. Why did it do that? We will figure this out. Hey, Leonard. Oh, wait, that's not Leonard. Imposter. How are you doing? Honestly, the only reason that the reason I realized it was because it had my avatar at the end. I can change my name in 9 days. You fucked yourself, bro. I have no sympathy for you. Okay, wait. Let me replay this. So, he did the fuck farmers. Does it? No, it won't play. I have to emulate it. Hold on. Bear with me a moment, chat. Why do I do this to myself every fucking time? Okay. So this should be Stream elements. Okay. Turning down the... Alright. Activity feed. Can I just replay it like this? Make sure it's saved. Alright. Where is this? Replay?
Fuck farmers. I hope Tyson buys up every single acre and you have to move to a city and learn to code. Fuck farmers and fuck you.
Okay, alright, okay, alright. What do we think? Do we like the length of that one? I took the start and I took the end, okay? I didn't want to do the whole fucking bits. I believe it's actually menu, but I should have it come up if you say bits. That should also be a thing. It should be exclamation mark menu. And then let's do right. Let's see why this one didn't work.
Basically, you're a little bitch. I mean, we're all gonna die one day, you little pussy.
Okay. Fuck, dude. Thank you for the 115. Learn to code. What are they gonna compete with? Claude? This one might be a little spicy, but the loser Iran AI logo propaganda song is right for some alerts. LOL. That's a great clue. Did anybody else know? Did anybody else know that Haas was still streaming? Like,
Fuck farmers. I hope Tyson buys up every single acre and you have to move to a city and learn to code. Fuck farmers and fuck you.
Thank you for the 147. Haas still streaming?
Plaz.
Yeah. Plaz. Thank you for the 147. Yeah, apparently he still streams on Kick.
Fuck farmers. I hope Tyson buys up every single acre and you have to move to a city and learn to code. Fuck farmers and fuck you.
Thank you for the 147. Big face.
Fuck farmers.
Set up a talk. What would I talk to Haas about? I'm sorry. What would I talk to Haas about? Okay. The only thing I would ask him is about the only thing I would want to ever ask him about is about that one time he was like LARPing with a wait, hold on a second. Quarantine. Why? Jesus. My antivirus just popped up and was like, oh hey, by the way, we found a little thread. We found a little thready thread. Mao, yay or nay? I saw a recent Haas stream entitled Hitler was actually an anarchist. I don't even know what Haas's opinions are anymore, besides Soviet Union glazing and some weirdo red MAGA commie overlap too, maybe. I don't know, but you know what I do remember is like that he had a conversation with okay, I do remember that semi-recently, like in the last 6 months, he had a conversation with Corantos. And it turned out exactly as you are probably imagining it in your mind right now. I don't think at all, like, it was not fucking... It was not... Like, there was nothing productive. Oh, that sounds loud. Yeah, no, it sounds loud. Hey, if I can find it, we can do like a... Let's see how much of this we can tolerate, you know? Okay, wait. So, infrared... Haas... Corantos. Infrared meets Corantos. Wait, meets Corantos. 2 years ago. No, this is... No, it cannot be. It cannot be that they... That this was 2 fucking years ago. Why did I say semi-recently? That cannot be. They, has Haas ever had a product? Also, Showhog. Wasn't this... It cannot be that it was 2 years ago. Like, I swear to God, it was like in the last year at the very least. I mean, this... Look, okay? This, I mean, this segment is 22 minutes, so we could take a look. Wait, let's see, infrared... Coran. 2 years ago. I feel like this was like a Kick thing, you know? I could have sworn this was like a Kick thing. Remember the world when everything was so calm that the primary drama was Destiny arguing with Carantos over pay? Good times. Oh yeah, bro. Remember when we would have like kink at Pride discourse? Remember when that was like the thing that we would do whenever Pride Month rolled around? Was like we would look forward to a whole nother new round of like kink at Pride discourse. And then, you know, and then you had the people who would complain about the kink at Pride. Just like, God, I remember. It's still discourse every Pride Month on Twitter. Well, I mean, like, I guess what we mean is like, I kind of miss the days where like that was like, the blip on the news, you know, like the big thing, you know? And now it's like, I mean, now I know we have our standard topics that we talk about, but the big thing is like fucking Iran and like oil and like prices and shit, bro. It's fucking awful. Biden, we miss you. I guess we're saying I kind of wish I miss when it was boring, you know? It sounds like Sneeko. I miss when we forgot who the president was. Oh my, did he really say that? That's great, actually. Yeah, now it's like the destruction, liberal democracy, the destruction of liberal democracy and provincially World War III every now and then, yeah. That's great. I mean, it's kind of weird because like I'm pretty sure it's not just a thing of like we were too young to really be noticing any of this shit. I do. So maybe this is like maybe like actual older people, like boomers, would know, right? Because I think that's where this that's sort of where this idea comes from of like, oh, you know, we used to be able to disagree, but then still be able to have Thanksgiving together. You know what I mean? I'll find the clip. Oh, you mean this? Wait, hold on. Let's see. I keep clicking on the Chrome. I need to, like, exit out of that. Because I use... Okay, where is this? Hello? Kamala Harris would have just been just as bad as Trump. Oh, God. My links are cursed. Okay?
I am not having a Baja Blast right now, let me tell you. Everything is expensive. It constantly feels like something very important that I can't see is on fire.
Okay, also, I exist out of spite. Very cool. Live, laugh, toaster bat. Alright.
And I live through a major historical event every single week, and it feels like I have since I was a child. Okay? I want to live in precedented times. Okay? When are we going to have precedented time? Everything's unprecedented. I want precedent. I want to have precedent, and I want it to be present right now.
Right now.
I get to have a normal life. I am not.
Okay, that's okay. This wasn't Sneeko, but this is pretty good, honestly. Okay, let's see. Save link.
3 hours ago, I tweeted, I miss Joe Biden. I do! I miss Joe! I miss sleepy Joe Biden. This is terrible. I miss Joe Biden. Stumbling around. This was what we had to deal with. We didn't even know how good we had it. Joe Biden would be like, sniffing a kid. We did not know how good we had it. Biden was, it was just simple. The worst thing about Joe was that he forgot where he was. The worst thing about Trump is antichrist rhetoric and war that nobody wants. And
holy, when was this? Wait,
3
stop.
hours
Oh my.
ago, I tweeted, I
fucking hate shorts, bro. I scroll once. Like a little tiny blip.
A draft.
Wait, hold on.
The worst thing about Trump is antichrist rhetoric and war that nobody wants. And
antichrist rhetoric? Is that because of like the whole wait. Somebody remind me why it's like antichrist rhetoric again? Is it because I thought that the antichrist was the one who professed to bring peace. Not, you know, about a week ago.
A draft and maybe the end of American empire. I don't know. Oil prices up, U.S. economy tanking, $39 trillion. Joe Biden was.
Where's?
Brewery. You ain't black if you don't like me. It was great.
To be fair, Sneeko was walking around with MAGA head and advocated for this. Is this his fault too? Oh yeah, 100%.
We did not know how good we had it with Joe Biden. 3 hours ago, I
fucking amazing. Okay, wait, here, let's see. April 2nd. Okay, nice. Hello, Sen. Oh yeah, no. Sneeko, this is 100% Sneeko. This is like Sneeko's fault, right? This is 100% Sneeko's fault. Oh, okay. Antichrist in Bible is like a false prophet that will provide us with solutions and promises, but in final he will make life to... Okay, yeah. I think it's like... But I guess, like, why is Antichrist rhetoric being then applied? Like, and that's what I thought, but why is it then being applied to Trump? Because Trump is the one who's causing the wars, right? We didn't know how good we had it. Such facts. I mean, we liberals did, but as a general population. Also, Kate said, "Boomers, I used to be able to be racist at that dinner table." No, but like I think, okay. What I meant by that, though, what I said earlier, is that I think, that the stakes of your political affiliation didn't used to be as crazy as they are now, right? Because back then, like, you could have still been a racist, and you could have still been supportive of, like, all this destructive shit, and, like, anti-black laws, all that fucking shit. Like, you could have been problematic, but, like, and yes, there is, like, that, sort of downplayment of, those values, but, like, it didn't mean you were, like, a fucking genocidal maniac who would, like, agree with deportations and to the point where, like, you're totally fine with, like, armed goons being out in the street, arresting and, like, traumatizing people, like, deporting innocent people. Like, you know, like, you didn't have to sign up for that. You know what I mean? Like, by saying you were a Republican or you know what I'm saying? I think that's what I'm trying to say, right? Like, because back then, I think it wasn't, and you know, I could be wrong. Again, I could be wrong. But, like, I think COVID, you know, maybe it's because I really started paying attention, like, somewhere around, you know, 2016, and then, like, kind of it ramped up in 2020, where it was, like, blatantly obvious that, like, people just didn't care if they're, like, you know, the whole, like, grandma, like, you know, stay at home and protect your grandma meme, like, that really became kind of, because, I don't know, that became crystallized, right? Hey, I'm still deeply problematic and I'm not a genocidal maniac. Right. I'm not a genocidal maniac. I'm just realistic. Tucker Carlson in the deposition on Fox News had leaked comments saying he thought Trump was the Antichrist. Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha, okay. I was gonna say, the other thing that I saw yesterday was or I saw a bit of it yesterday was the fucking unhinged Truth Social that he posted about, like, Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson, Alex Jones, and who was the other one? Was it he didn't throw Laura Loomer under the bus, did he? Also, boomers mistake what were casual disagreements over taxes in 1985 and carrying the same weight with casually disagreeing over masked cartel goons patrolling their city and get shocked when people get mad at it. I've seen this happen in the workplace a lot. Oh, yeah. Well, it's the, Candace Owens. Thank you. Candace, yes. I think Marjorie Trader Brown was the phrase. Wait, what? No. He said, did he really say Marjorie Trader Brown? Ain't no fucking way he said that. And now Trump is posting live leak footage? Yeah, I heard about that as well. Bro, what the fuck is this? What is this timeline, bro? What is this timeline? Like, of some person getting fucking murdered. I swear this was a setup for Candace taking that hammer attack with. I don't want to watch it. Like, I've heard that it's there. I don't want to watch it, you know? Brown because healthy grass is green. Do not eat grass. It will fuck up your teeth. He didn't say that. Loomer stayed in Trump's good graces by throwing Tucker under. Okay. There's a subreddit that I'm on that's called like This You Comebacks, and it's all like people posting let's see if I can pull it up. Loomer is number one daddy pegger. She's not going anywhere. She's not going anywhere now. Right now, she's not going anywhere, okay? Don't give her time. She'll cook, okay? She will one day. She will have her moment too one day. So it's all content like this, okay? Where it's basically like, Geiger Capital, no one other than fairly stupid partisans on the left thinks Trump is truly going to implement 20% tariffs on everything across the board on November 9th, 2024. And then April 3rd, 2025, checking in on this. Like, is this you, bro? This you? Of course, Jesus fucking Christ, why is our president posting snuff videos on his own privately owned social media site? How the fuck is it called Truth Social? And the posts are called Truth. I'm crashing out, chat. It really only took 2 years for that whole coalition to completely destabilize. I'm gonna be honest, I understand it's unstable. I'm not going to commit to saying that it's like completely destabilized until I see actual like changing in, well, it's like voting patterns, which we are seeing to our credit, right? We are seeing all these like special elections, but until these people just straight up as a whole, like, I don't trust them anymore. Like, you know, like when Sneeko says this stuff, when like Nick Fuentes says the thing that he said, I don't trust them to not like turn on a whim, you know, and start glazing him again when it becomes clear that the only way that they get to keep their like MAGA reality is by going back and embracing the Trump dick, you know? Yeah, it's still 100% united against... Right, yes, that's the thing. It's like, it's not enough that they are... that they lose faith in Trump. They need to also gain faith in something else. Like, of course, you know, they could just stay home. But wait, Fuentes backed off of what he said? What do you mean, Sen? He backed off of saying vote blue? I have no idea why so many Republicans ran with the meme that they didn't think Trump was serious about most of the things he said. What do you mean by that, Sen? Because I that seems perfectly rational to me. It's a way to downplay the severity of like when somebody's ringing an alarm bell, right? Like, people were talking about Project 2025. I remember I was crashing out about Project 2025, and I hadn't even read a whole lot of the Project 2025 prior to the election. But what I had read was alarming enough that I was like yelling, I was yelling about it in the sense that, like, I would yell about it in chats and stuff, and you absolutely had people who downplayed that shit, right? Like, you absolutely had people who downplayed that shit. And it was like, a lot of it was like, oh yeah, they're not serious. He said he wasn't affiliate. Like, you know, that was the fucking line. So I don't know why I'm not sure why you're confused, because to me, that's like the perfect way to get, you know, like, they don't care about whether they will look bad later. Like, even though, like, you know, to be completely real with you, like, this kind of subreddit where basically, like, you just show them how stupid you were, this isn't going to, this is only, like, as funny and as cathartic as this might be to go through, it's for us. It's for us to feel like a tiny bit better, like a slight amount better. It would not affect them in any way, right? Like, their credibility is not going to get affected. And more importantly, the reality that they're commenting about that's not going to change, right? Like, we're still going to have 20% or whatever percent tariffs we have currently. We're still going to have that. I think it's 15, right? Last I checked. We're still going to have that. And pointing out that this person was inconsistent or was not taking Trump seriously back then or was portraying that, like, it's not going to fucking matter to them, right? Plus, it is a way to, it's admittedly a good way to cat on the roof somebody, you know, where you like you introduce the concept to them in a way that will help them mentally prepare for when you give them like the final answer on it, right? Like, the cat on the roof idea is like, I think I stole this from like one of the Princess Diaries books back in the day. Whoa, what's your cat doing on the roof? No. Okay, so okay, I 100% stole this analogy from like one of the Princess Diaries books, okay? And the idea is that if you're cat sitting for your friend, right? And let's say some freak accident happens that's your fault, okay? And the cat dies. And so you can't just tell your friend, hey, your cat died because of me. What you could do is say, like, you call them up and you're like, your cat's on the roof, I can't get them down, you know? And then the next day, you tell them, like, you escalate it a little bit. You know, you say, okay, we tried going up there, but they went into the fucking chimney, and we can't get her out, you know? And, like, basically, you escalate it a little bit every day until, you know, you get to the point where you can tell your friend, I'm really sorry, your cat's dead. Right? And you essentially, like, mentally prepare them bit by bit to accept and listen, like, be able to listen to that idea. What the hell? And I think that's how, that, like, a lot of times when Trump says those, like, jokes, that's exactly what he is doing. Pronounces chimney like a... Wait, how are you supposed... Wait, hold on. Oh, I think that's called lying. Beans has killed a cat or two in her day. That is so painful and neurotypical. Well, I'm saying that this is what they use. I'm saying that Trump uses, like, Trump or his followers or whatever the fuck. This is how they use it, right? The first time he says some fucking outrageous thing, they brush it off as a joke, right? And the second time that he says something, his cabinet goes ahead and prepares a plan for it. Like, you know, when, guys, we're at the point where when he posted that unhinged fucking, by the way, that was fucking unhinged, okay? That tweet that he posted on, it was Tuesday, wasn't it? The tweet that he posted on Tuesday, threatening to fucking end a whole civilization. Do y'all know that, like, the US government prepared to make that happen? Like, the Pentagon, like, they prepared shit, okay? They got shit ready. They got shit ready. They didn't just like read his thing and were like, okay, we're gonna wait on the call. No, they got the shit ready. Okay? That's where we are. and it's like like he's 100% instilled this behavior pattern where the first thing he says, people are like, they brush it off, they you know, they say it's a joke, all of that shit. The second time, you know, they'll still keep saying like that he doesn't really mean that, blah 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 blah, but you're mentally preparing for it to become a reality. Oh my god. I wonder if that concept works both ways. I was thinking about it in terms of getting comfortable making a tough apology that you're nervous to do. I mean, okay, look, to be honest, that analogy is like, I mean, that the specific analogy, and I could be misremembering the version that I read it from, like the actual book, but I think that it's also not it's not like ethical. It's not ethical on like a bunch of levels, right? But the idea of like mentally preparing somebody to accept a tough reality, like that is 100% something that can be done. Like I remember, it's hyperbolic. Wait, hold on. Why am I like blanking on what hyperbolic means? Oh, yeah, exaggerate. Okay, yeah, okay. Okay, alright. I'm fucking dumb. I want to put out that even Kim Jong-un does not make threats in that manner. They had the bombers in flight. To you, in 2,000 years, the end of civilization. Remember Kelly and Slotkin et al. Telling soldiers who disobey illegal orders they didn't listen? Now here's the funny thing, Aeon, is that, like, did they ever say... Well, okay. Is the fact that they didn't receive congressional approval for this, is that what makes it illegal? Because I feel like there's more to it than that, but I could be wrong, right? Some maggots generally believe it when they say, of course, Trump isn't gonna do X even if he says it, but it's a cult, so when Trump actually does X, they instantly accept it as the greatest thing God, King, and Emperor Trump has done and own the libs. Oh yeah, okay, that is also part of it, right? But that is the I would argue that that's like or rather it's more hold on, let me think about this a bit. I think I'm talking more so about an effect on everybody else who has to sit and listen to the bullshit. Like us, right? Not from the perspective of the maggots. It's more from the perspective of everybody else having to listen to it. Because what we get told is when we are raising alarms is we get told he's being exaggerating. He's exaggerating. He's joking. He's whatever the fuck else. We get told that, but we are also being told that, and we're starting to mentally prepare for when we do hear it in a serious format, right? And on the MAGA side, it's like, yes, you're correct. You're completely correct that like some of them genuinely do believe it. And then when it comes time to actually, like, he's done the thing or he's actively doing the thing, it's actually funny because you'll see like okay, I know I've spent a lot of time on Reddit recently, okay? But like the r/conservative sub, that is such an interesting community to see the cycles of. Every time that Trump does something absolutely fucking insane, you'll see that sub go through like they'll go through like a day of they don't know what the fuck to do. Like they don't know, and yeah, it is modded to all hell, but the first like 5 hours after Trump does something, that's when you'll see, yeah, they don't know the marching orders. That's when you see unfiltered opinions, right? 5 stages of grief sub. And then afterwards, they get their marching orders, and that's when the hammer comes down. Every comment that doesn't align with the marching orders gets nuked, right? Like, it's time to get off Reddit. Shut up, you shut up. I'm not going on to TikTok. No. It's modded to all fucking every opinion is just liberal. Yeah. Oh yeah, that sub is like super interesting. And so I think that when you like the great, like the instantly accepted, yes, it feels instant. There is a moment where you see the unfiltered opinions though, and you'll see that on like I would posit that you see that on other platforms as well. It's just that, you know, some people now know, like, they can think ahead, you know. And it's part of, okay. Part of abuse.
Fuck farmers. I hope Tyson buys up every single acre and you have to move to a city and learn to code. Fuck farmers and fuck you.
Thank you for the 1%.
I hope Tyson buys every acre.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Oh shit, what was I gonna say? Oh, right, abuse. Okay, so, like, abuse, right? When you have like a narcissistic person in your life, right? Or just kind of like an abuse of, like, you have an abuse cycle or whatever the fuck else, right? Part of it is that you are not allowed to have you're not allowed to show certain behaviors, right? You're not allowed to respond to things in a normal manner, especially when you're dealing with like narcissism. And like the way that I've seen it be sort of analogized is that eventually what you'll start seeing is here, actually, I'm breaking out the fucking, let me break out the is the video I posted content suggestions similar to the average Reddit experience? I'll take a look. Wait, which is this? Did you just post it? I can take a look. Or if you said, wait, Reddit simulator. Okay, yeah. Let me pull this up. Alright, Testy, thanks for hanging out with us. Para, welcome in. Fuck you, love you, buddy. Oh, I need to add that. I need to add the thing that I said I would add. Hold on. I'm working on a How are you doing, Para? Fuck you, love you. Oh wait, hold on. Okay, wait. No, actually, hold on. Before I show you the analogy, I want to show Para the thing I found, okay? I found this. YouTube, like, showed me a fucking bizarro stream, okay? Like, it just, like, showed me, like, a fucking bizarre fucking thing. Let's see. What did you say? You said either 79 or 143? Let's make it 79 for right now and see what happened. See what happens. Save variation. Then 79. There you go. Okay. Oh. Is it gonna work?
F you. But thank you. F you, but thank you, and also fuck you.
Like, holy shit. I'm okay, lady. Shirt's been a bit wild. How are you? Oh, it's been fucking wild, dude. It has been fucking crazy. I found a stream where some jolly dude was being paid to eat chicken nuggets. That's a very okay. Okay, so the thing that I wanted to show. Let me pull it up. Let's bring up the art. All right. So, like, Oh. Hold on. Sorry about that. All right. Nice. So the idea is that, like, you know, if you're in an argument with someone, wrong folder. You're in an argument with somebody and you, like, you have a, you know, you have a reaction to something that they've said, right? And you try to push back, or you try to hold a boundary, or you whatever the fuck else. You try to explain how, like, you're being hurt by this, blah blah blah, and then you get pushed back even fucking harder because you're not doing the thing correctly. You're not giving in. You're not immediately saying sorry. You're not blah 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 blah, right? Which then leads to more like, you know, more attention. You know, you try something different. You try to negotiate, blah 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 blah, and then in the end, you know, like, so far you've not done the right thing. You've not done the right thing. You might at the end there say, okay, fine, fine, I'm sorry, right? And you're talking about somebody who doesn't respect boundaries. Oh yeah, right? And you know, like, when you see people who have been exposed to, like, the abuse cycle, often what will happen is, you'll have something happen, you'll have something negative happen, and then eventually they will immediately going to just go straight to the sorry, right? I'm very intrigued about where this ties into 79. Oh no, Parallax, that 79 thing was just, I found that clip, the little clip that I showed you. And I thought about you because it was just a guy who was thanking, like, a dono or something, and he basically said thank you and fuck you. And before that, I was talking about how, well, what we were talking about is, we were talking about maggots and how they go through a cycle of, you know, Trump does something, so Trump will do something that should clash against their beliefs, their values, what they voted for, all of that shit. And for, like, a little while, you know, you'll see, like, their unfiltered opinion on it, where they're, like, dismayed, upset, whatever. And then afterwards, as soon as they get their talking points, they'll go right back to saying, this is the greatest thing, actually, right? Kiga Mad Lad. Goon Hard, Edge Fast, Never Quit. Thank you for giving them a gift sub. I appreciate it. Ooh, just watched the Mrs. DS for her very first time. Wow, really? Turtle? Maybe she'll finish Dark Souls before I do? Oh no! How you doing? Welcome in. Okay. A friend of mine raided me like 2 months ago, and I was super high and smoking a joint actively when he raided me, and the result of that was I said, I hope your stream is awful. Oh my god. Why do you draw my logic patterns? This feels very personal. Well, I'm saying that, like, this reminds me of, like, the way that these people are acting, right? Because now, like, the thing is that you see, in a way, it's not exactly analogous, okay? If I'm gonna be quite honest with you. But the way that I see it is, like, you have a Trump voter, right? And you, like, he does something bad, and they go through, like, a series of, like, disbelief, anger, denial, like, they go through all the fucking cycles, right? And then eventually they'll come around to saying, actually, it was based that all of those people died during COVID. Like, did you know how bad do you know how much our children were held back? because they couldn't go to school. Like eventually they will come right around to like glucking the decision, right? And what I would say, and like the thing is that I think sometimes, and depending on the platform especially, right? You're not going to see this like, you're not gonna see this, you're not gonna see this phase of it. Because there are some people who already know what the talking points will be, right? And they skip straight to glucking the idea. Hey Marutzi, welcome in. I know arguing with MAGA 99% doesn't work as it validates him, and just leaving them alone to go through this abuse cycle, I know it bothers them even if they don't show it. Oh yeah. It does bother them. It's just that like I don't trust, like the thing is that I don't trust them to change their behavior. I had a talk with a conservative friend who doesn't get very political. You know what really still upsets them? I'm assuming you answered it later. The Epstein files, it's still this fucking news. The Epstein files are huge for some people. We need a glucking emote? Oh my god. Glucking the decision? Birch gun? Rootsy! How are you doing, Rootsy? It's a feverish cycle. I know it hurts them internally. It's exhausting, but they may just not have the words to describe it. Man, I wish it would exhaust them more, you know? Or I wish that it would hurt them enough for them to realize that, like I'm not even saying that they might have, like, legitimate issues with, like, Democrats or whatever it is. I wish that it would... I don't know what I'm like... I wish that they would understand without it having to happen to them, right? I heard someone call Trump a white hat pedophile. Wait. Weren't you also following that podcast where they talk to their MAGA parents? The Turtle, I've seen that podcast, and I actually think I actually feel like I feel conflicted about that podcast, because on one hand it's like I think people need to see that kind of thing, but I also think that on some level doing that podcast is like, I feel like that's like harmful for those kids, like the kids, or well, I say kids, but they're not really kids, right? They're adults. The podcasters themselves, I feel like that's bad for them. You know? I mean, maybe I understand why they're doing it, because it's like it's for the good of everybody to see what people are like. Part of the problem also though is that and this might be the other danger of that kind of podcast, right? Is that somebody might look at that podcast and say, well, I don't agree with what they are saying, or I don't think that they should let their children get deported or be murdered, or like, I don't think that Donald Trump is able to should be able to like just snap his fingers and like you know, like they might say, okay, this is really extreme, but they still would support the things that makes that happen, right? They didn't talk to their parents before this. It's the only time they talk politics, and they can tolerate each other now. Maybe I'll take a look at it, but I think my issue with a podcast like that, hold on, I need to change this a bit. It's a little too bright. Gotta crack a few eggs. I've seen what happens to be super god-loving, ultra-polite, kind, religious people turn into mouth-frothing, nuke-desiring maggots over this period. Even if these people were to come back, their whole thinking process is unreliable. I wouldn't say like oh my god. Jesus. Trump is a pedophile. So why are you fucking? Jesus Christ. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the $3.99. Shoutouts to Botkin. Bro, I need to do the thing that Parallax did where he fucking... Oh my god, bro. Like, he did this unhinged fucking stream. Here, I'm gonna shout Mr. Parallax out, okay? He did this stream where he played Alien Isolation, and he had like bit sounds that would like specifically jump scare him. And like one of them was like a fucking gunshot, bro. And it was a loud gunshot. I think I would actually pee my pants. It was so evil. It was so fucking evil. It was great. Five Nights at Botkin you. Okay, now I want to... That's actually really good. Okay, that is a really good idea for like fan art of Botkin. I'm not gonna lie. I only keep watching because I enjoy suffering. Okay, that's part of it too, though, right? It's like I don't want to say trauma porn, but like I feel like on some level, it's got to be some kind of like self-harm, right? To watch this level of like inhumane rhetoric, and then like realize that this is somebody that you like live with or next to, or like they're your parents or they're your X, Y, and Z. I feel like that's gonna be so fucking like soul crushing, you know? So, and to go back to what Hybrid Hedon was saying, I don't think that people like that are... Okay, people like those specific parents, I don't know if I would really be confident that they can be eventually like change their ways or their patterns of thinking. Because it's not something that's been... It's not something that happened overnight. It happened over years, right? And in the meantime, you have all these barriers that are actually they do prevent them from like coming back, right? No more harmful than talking to your neighbors and hearing... Wait, hold on. No more harmful than talking to your neighbors and hearing it. Fortunately, most of my neighbors speak Spanish, so I don't gotta deal with that. Nice. I mean, I think that like it's a how do I put this? I think the barriers to re-entry is the worst thing, right? Or it's one of the worst things, because okay, like imagine, right? You're trying to change, or you're trying like you're a maggot who has lost a lot. You've lost something personally, right? Like you have finally, like let's just say the desired outcome happens, quote unquote, desired outcome. Republicans have to deal with the consequences of their actions. Okay. They've lost some family members to COVID. They've lost their businesses to the tariffs. They've lost their farms. They've lost all this shit. And now imagine them trying to rejoin the rest of us and like having to build back up that like empathy, and having to build back up those, like, what they've essentially lost over the past few decades. And they're not gonna get it right, still. And they're still gonna get shit for it, as they're trying to rejoin the rest of us. Right? And something we've been kind of talking about is this idea of, like, you know how, like, you'll get these people who complain about labels. I know Sen and I have talked about this. Maybe we should talk about it again, right? What are you saying, Beans? What's the plan? Prepare the camp? No, I'm not preparing the camps. No. I'm saying that, like, it's related to this idea of, like, you know, people being pushed away because they are being called a label, right? And I think that there's certainly a group of people, and this is beyond politics as well, right? There's a level of, like, because this happens to people who come out of cults too. In fact, look here, I'm gonna play, like, the start of this video that I think is, like, really oh my god, Mad Lad, thank you for gifting camps a subscription. Holy fuck, bro. No, I'm not advocating for camps. We are disavowing. Theremin trees. Scientology? I think it was, like, about Scientology. Oh, Bending Truth. That's right. Okay. So, let me get this up. I'm just gonna play the intro of this, like, the first little bit of it, because that's the only thing that I need. But it's a very good video, and I think you should still watch it, okay? So, let's see here. Is this muted? Okay, for those of y'all that are listening in, it says, human beings who are almost unique in having the ability to learn from the experience of others are also remarkable for their apparent disinclination to do so. By Douglas Adams.
People who make it out of manipulative supremacist groups, like exploitative religious and pseudoscientific organizations, are often faced with distortions from two directions. When they attempt to convey their experiences of manipulation to members of their former group, their words are magically transformed into, I'm mad, evil, and weak. But when they share their story with non-members as a cautionary tale, their words are often magically transformed into, I'm gullible, asinine, and spineless. After a while, the apostates realize they're in the no-one's land of the unheard, and it begins to become clear why these groups continue to thrive. Groups with a talent for bending truth, preaching love while denouncing non-members as a subhuman underclass, claiming to champion peace while committing acts of barbarism, pontificating about family values while tearing up countless homes, promising freedom and enlightenment while enforcing ignorance, and exercising total control.
Okay, so this, like, by the way, Theremin Trees, great fucking channel. It's very old. I don't think they even put out content anymore. This video is from 10 years ago. Also welcome in Exactron and Gravelode. Welcome in. So what he said there is, like, the no man's position, right? They are in a bit of a no-win position where, like, they can't exactly, like, they can't just, like, act like one of us, right? They don't have, like, they don't have the necessary, like, their behavior patterns and their thought patterns have been fucking warped, right? And so when they try to emulate that, or even if they understand it, they're still not going to be perfect, and they're going to get shit on it for that from, like, our side, right? And I'm not putting any like, moral weight on it, right? I'm just saying this is what happens. And And it's like, that's what can keep them in that no-win position, because they don't understand how to do it right. They're gonna make mistakes as they come back. They're gonna make mistakes. Or they'll genuinely try, but because we don't see it as genuine, we don't trust them. We don't believe them when they say they've changed. Like, that in and of itself is going to be discouraging. Like, why would they try? Why would they even try? You know? And I think I can empathize with that specifically. What are we talking about? So basically we're talking about like what it might take for like a maggot to, like a burned Republican, to come back, right? Like what it might take, why it might be so hard for them to come back, right? It's not just the fact that their thinking has been warped, it's also the fact that in order to come back, I've been using this analogy and people have been hating it, but I think it's very applicable. It's like dragging your balls through like broken glass, basically. Like, you know, they're not gonna want to do it, or they're only gonna want to do it until they hit the first shard and they're like, fuck this shit, I'm gonna stick with what I know, you know? And it's like it's so rough. And to put the moral weight back on it, on one hand, it's like, yeah, we could probably be more empathetic, but then on the other hand, it's like, look at what you have done. Look at what you have encouraged. Like, look at what you voted for. You know? Like, what have you voted for? Like, how can you expect me to be empathetic when what you voted for could have literally killed me? Right? Like, what you have voted for could mean that I am not here tomorrow. Right? And it's like, come back to the world or to MAGA? Welcome in, Shahilud. It's like rejoin, like, I'm using this kind of loosely. I mean, like, getting out of the, when I say rejoin us, I mean like getting out of this like cult cycle of you know, constantly having to accept the realities that Trump is placing on them, having to twist those words to mean that actually this is what I wanted all along, and in the process you are like degrading your own values and you're degrading your own like positions. And it's like to the point where you can legitimately have MAGA people who look their children in the face and say the most unhinged shit about them, and that be something that's like morally consistent in their mind, right? It's very much cognitive dissonance. I am gonna go back to making my cognitive dissonance video, and I think honestly, like, MAGA is probably the best subject that I'll ever have, and that's what I'm gonna make it to be about, right? Because it's a cult. It is a cult. It's cult thinking, right? Okay, let me catch up. It's a tough situation because I want to empathize with someone wanting to change, but I also empathize with those who have been burned by them, that they don't trust them either. Yes, that is the thing, right? Like, I talk about I'm talking currently about ways that, like, or I might even make suggestions on, like, how if you have, like, the mental space for it, you might want to approach this kind of situation, like, approach a person who wants to genuinely change. The problem is that there's no way that I could ever say that as a prescription, as a general prescription. Because it's like, how can I, like, okay, I'm like, what am I? I'm like a woman, I'm brown, you know. Like, there are some things that make me a, like, marginalized person or whatever. But even with those things, I'm still pretty privileged, right? And so how can I ever say to somebody else hey, this is how you should act towards the MAGA people in your life, right? How can I say that? You know? Like, even if I had everything, even if I had all the worst shit, like, even if I had, like, the worst hand in life, I could still not say that to somebody else, right? Because it's... I can't do that, right? So, for those people, it's like... I can only do it for myself. I can only say, this is like the capacity of, like, this is the amount of empathy that I can have. I'm gonna try to use that empathy, you know? And like, if I know that there's somebody who wants to change, like, even if it is a result of them feeling the effects of, like, you know, even if it is a result of, like, the consequences of their own actions, if there's, like, a glimmer of, like, hope that they can return to society, then I would like to use that empathy as much as I am willing to afford it. I would never be able to tell somebody else to do that, though, you know? Okay. Let me catch up. As a human being, one has been endowed with just enough intelligence to be able to clearly see clearly how utterly inadequate that intelligence is when confronted with what exists. Not even just voting. I think I can excuse someone voting if they truly got caught in a propaganda loop, but the furious support, especially after the most egregious human rights abuses. I think most of it is the thing is, though, Hybrid, I can, like, the voting for it is pretty bad. The support for it is to me, it's like all part of the same. It's part of the same cycle. It's like, you know, when you... Okay. And this is, again, this all ties back to cognitive dissonance, right? When you place a bet on something, right? When you back, you back someone, you invest money into something, you give a streamer money, you buy a course, you go to a lecture, right? Like, inherently, because you have invested time or money or energy into it, or all of the above, you are automatically going to be biased towards that thing and its benefits, or its purported benefits, even if there are none, or even if they lied to you about the benefits, or even if you never experienced any of the benefits, you are going to be biased towards that thing that you invested in, simply because you invested in it. And in your mind, it makes you... there are studies done on this, okay? So it's not even like this is feels and vibes. You're going to be biased towards it because the cognitive dissonance of, like, the thing being unworthy is, like, that's hard to accept because you spend money on it. You spend time and energy on it, and like, you're, like, constantly, I honestly just feel like we need to watch this Theremin Trees video because it says some of my points way better, right? You're going to want to, like, you're not going to want to admit that you were manipulated, right? I remember the console wars. Okay, let's see it. Can you turn on TTS Monster for a second? No, Mad Lad, why? My TTS Monster has been, like, I turned that off a long time ago. Big Barack Obama is the right voice for my next line. No, it's like, that's part of why I switched to Lauren, was because TTS Monster was, like, annoying me. Sunk cost fallacy, hey. Bars. There's some inherent sunk cost in the voting process. Yes, sunk cost. Yeah, sunk cost fallacy. Yeah. Okay, let's see. As a reformed chuddy myself, it took a minute to change. But mainly it was having someone on the left I could slowly feel like they were reasonable enough for me to change, even if I'm not fully left. Yes, that I think, Mr. Miser, and that is a good point. I am going to like note that down. Because I think that ties into something I want to say, but I want to catch up first. Okay. It did take me like 8 months to 10 or 12-ish years. Yep. That's my 2 cents, yeah. I could see maybe the first time, but voting the second time is kind of unforgivable. You know what you're getting. Yes. Well, okay, hold on. Voting the second time, well, okay, it really depends, right? Because it depends on, like, if you are, like, a second Trump voter, or, like, I mean, I think that there's some, like, give or take there. But the second time is way worse because we knew what we got the first time. And at the very least, people kind of knew what to expect, or they knew that it was going to get worse, right? This is why people stay in loveless relationships for 30 years after it's dead. Well, true. This is why I'm still a Dusty fan despite his behavior. It's the only explanation. Wow, look, okay, Chip, you shut up. I'm not making the video about Destiny. You shut the hell your mouth. I'm not making it about Destiny. But also, like, look, this could be about anything, not just like a streamer or like a political party. This could be literally about anything, right? Sagar from Breaking Points. Wait, why is that like, I don't know. That name sounds familiar and Breaking Points sounds familiar. What are we yapping about? We're kind of yapping about MAGAs and how they can potentially come back, or like the barriers to them coming back to humanity. Where's Lauren? Oh, Lauren's here, right? Jesus. Bad lad.
Okay, camps might be too much. How about a re-education vacation? A vacation of re-education? A re-education while on vacation for re-education. What about MAGA going on vacation so that they can embrace their re-education? Camps is so 20th century. In the 21st, we should do a re-education vacation.
Oh my god. Jesus. Lauren, re-education gaycation? I'll think about that. I'll think about it, okay? I'll think about it. I appreciate the 500 bits. You did not need to give me 500 bits to get the TTS, motherfucker. Okay, Sagar. Sagar is one full crash out mode, angry at Trump, but when you asked, would Kamala be better? He's like, wait, slow down, buddy. We can't be crazy. Okay, gotcha. I had a right-leaning-ish phrase, but I was never MAGA. I was more of a less just confused libertarian. So my coming back wasn't really analogous to this. Just looked Destiny completely. Wait, molly-whopping some YouTuber I was following. That was it. That's really interesting, Hybrid, because I think that, like, we tend to now look at that kind of... well, okay, hold on. I think that idea of, like, changing someone's mind because of a debate, like, in this era of Twitch poll, it's quite I would say that it's kind of seen as like a not realistic thing to expect to come out of a debate, you know? But it still does happen, absolutely, right? But that's still interesting. Yeah, okay. I've always felt that there's some deep unconscious guilt of understanding the things they do and believe are wrong, but they chose their ship and now they have to sink with it. And speaking of ships, did you see the burbs in the submarine? I did see the burb in the submarine. I don't know how I felt about the burb in the submarine, if I'm gonna be honest. Like, it looked like, I don't know if I could tell whether it was having a good time or not. You know? Okay, breaking points is like, wait, hold on. Somebody said something about breaking, who explained who breaking points is? Wait, hold on. Oh my god, where'd I go? Somebody explained who it was, and Sagar from Breaking Points. Breaking Points is... Oh, Sagar is Crystal's co-host. Okay. That's who that is. Okay, alright. Sorry, let me go back. MAGA re-education crews. Okay, like I said earlier, I worry about the consequences of shutting these people out full stops if they're having some dissonance. I think we will just see it again later, another generation to deal with this shit again because they simply kept their views and wrote their thoughts and raised their kids with the same values. If there's a chance for some change, I'd take it. The problem is that, like, okay, this is like one of those... Actually, I think that there's like, I think that there's like a, there's some analogy here. I've talked about this before, but there's an analogy here that's like, you know, like when 2020 rolled around and George Floyd got like murdered. I remember, you know, everyone was doing the posts on Instagram, the black square, all that shit. You remember that? And I remember being on Instagram quite a bit during that time. And I to my credit, never did the black square thing. But what I think I remember doing is consuming a lot of content about, like, because that was the content that was being, you know, put out, was the content about how, like, you know, people need to educate themselves. They can't be expecting their black friends, black neighbors, black influencers to be the people that educate them on this shit. And I always had an issue with that idea in the sense that I understand why they would say that, because it's like, I'm not your person. I should not be the vehicle by which you achieve self-actualization. I can understand from that perspective. I can understand it. But it's kind of the same thing with the empathy thing, right? It's like, you know, sometimes that's kind of what people might need, right? Like, I understand that it's not fair. I understand that it's not, like you shouldn't be having to, because it's not just that you're educating them, right? It's not just that like, in order for you to be empathetic, you have to sit there and listen to their racist shit, right? Like, you have to sit there and be tolerant when they say something that will that shows like the underlying problematic like thought pattern, and you have to work through that. That's a lot. That's a lot to ask somebody to do. And so in some regards, I understand why essentially black people were saying, I reject that role, right? But also, on the other hand, it's like, this is what is required, right? On some level, not for everybody. I think some people are always going to be brain broken. But I think on some level, that is what is going to be required for some of these people to return. And I don't think it's enough to just wait for these people to die out, or like, because that's not, it's not limited to boomers. It's not limited to older people. We have young people who think like this. And there has to be some kind of counter narrative, or some kind of there has to be some space that is open to these people coming to them so that they can go through that process. And I know that this sounds a lot like I'm leading towards like a camp analogy. I'm not leading towards a camp analogy, okay? But like, there would have to be, by necessity, like some people who are willing to take on that emotional burden of like simultaneously like tolerating their shit and also like re-educating them. Right? Government sponsored lefty buddies. Yeah. Like, you know the oh my god, I'm blanking on the name. But you know like the friends that, you know, the like the buddies that that some schools will have, where it's like they pair up like a special needs kid with like an older kid. Oh, no. From my perspective, conservatives often take liberal friends and partners for granted because conservative spaces are miserable. Wait, let me think about that. Liberal friends and partners for granted because conservative spaces are miserable. I can... wait, I don't know why that's not, like... Something's, like... I don't know why that's not, like, permeating in my brain. Let me come back to that. So mandated Robin DiAngelo and Bell Hooks lectures. I think it's a form of therapy. Yeah, I mean... I think that... Okay, I think that does happen. I do think that happens. I guess what I'm trying to say is that, unfortunately, I think that the fact that that happens is kind of necessary in order for some of these people to come back. You know? That's, I think, what I am kind of right now of that opinion, right? It's why I'm, like, it's why I, well, I don't really have, like, MAGA people that I'm tolerating in that way, you know? But, like, it's why I would be open to that kind of thing. Like, I see it as, okay, I have,
Well, honk honk, motherfucker! Honk honk!
Oh no, oh no. Thank you for the 100. Oh no. I think it's...
Brain broken? Sounds like some folks are cruising for a reinfusion of knowledge, maybe something that deletes all the old stuff, reintroduces a new stuff in a setting where everyone is on the same page in a remote location so they can't infect normal folks with their ideas. Maybe a reboot session, a reboot commune, a reboot destination, a reboot camp. Reboot camp! Let's go! 25 and reboot!
Okay, that was a pretty good Lauren accent, but holy shit, bro, why did you have to jump scare me with her? Hey, Java Ball, welcome in. No, we're not advocating for camps. I remember there was a conservative man doing a TikTok explaining why so many conservative men go after liberal women and pretend initially to not be conservative men because conservative women are boring and rough. Oh, well, yeah. Yeah, now that's what... Okay, I do know that that's... Like, the, that's what people are, like, hiding their power level on dating apps, right? Or they're hiding their political affiliations. Bastization says, yeah, bro, just go to the reboot camp. Totally not a brainwash camp. I don't know what you think I'm advocating for. I'm not advocating, for brainwash camp. I think that people... I think that on some level... The people who still support Trump to this day and age, like to like current date, right, is like, you have been brain broken, you do need some kind of realignment, and I am certainly not advocating that you be isolated from society, but I do think that you need to, like, you need to fix your thinking. Like, your brain patterns have been broken. Okay, listen. Thank you for the 63 bits. Unfortunately, Lauren does not show up for anything under 100, but Hassan Gluck camps will be mandatory. That is all. God damn it, McFiston. Thank you, I appreciate it. I honestly, I don't know. I don't think isolation from society is, like, that's not feasible. It's not feasible. It's not... It really is not feasible. It doesn't, like, make sense on, like, any level, including, like, conceptually, in my opinion. Like, part of this, part of my, like, thought process on this is that, you know, going back to what I was saying about people who see, like, who watch the, you know, who watch those parents on that podcast, right? And they look at that and they think, I'm not as extreme as that, right? So why would I be classed as that's the same as that kind of person, right? I think that that's a dynamic that you have to actually deal with. You cannot dismiss that. You can't dismiss it by just saying that at the end of the day, you do believe the same thing. You can't dismiss it. And the reason why you can't dismiss it is because that could be the difference between whether they accept even like the start of like, yeah, I was wrong or not. And that sucks to say. It sucks to say that you have to sit there and kind of like not handhold them, but like butter them up. But I don't think that on some level you can kind of get around it. Also, bastardization. I don't know what you mean by that. Translation for all the MAGA. Y'all need Jesus. Y'all motherfuckers need Jesus. Well, no, they'd probably deport Jesus too, okay? What do you mean? Jesus was brown and preached like, you know, actual truths that they actively reject. Feeding the poor and, you know, taking care of the sick and washing the feet of sinners and every shit, all the shit like that. Jesus was Polish Catholic. Great. But yeah, I think at the end of the day, oh, like, right, the support person. Okay, going back to what, I think it was Miser. It was either Miser or Hybrid who said the person. Oh, right, here we go. No, that was... Where was it? Somebody said this. Another big factor. Oh, here we go. I meant to adjust this earlier and I forgot. Okay, the window for doing that in a debate is very small. It's like winning the lottery and Chip's like, la la la, I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Okay. Another big factor, not some random Destiny debate for me, was being around an actual conservative circle for a while and feeling how deeply restrictive and unhuman it was. That's very interesting, Hybrid, because this is the thing is like, that's interesting because to me, that tells me that you were kind of in a point in your, like, you were in a point on your, like, I don't want to say, like, deconversion journey, but, like, you were at a point in time where being in that circle was, like, it amplified the cognitive dissonance in a way that made you realize, like, the way to fix that would be to get out of that social circle. Instead of changing your opinions and thought patterns to be able to fit in with that social circle. And that could be for, like, that could have been for, like, a number of factors. Like, what were your other social circles like at the time? Did you have another social circle apart from that? Was that your only social circle? Like, you know, what was your support structure like at that point? Like, you know, like, there's so many factors that could influence that. There's definitely not a way for me to say, oh yeah, sure, like, you know, this is the way. I always think of these things as, like, debates, one-on-one conversations. All of this shit is, like, these are just, like, seeds being tossed into the fucking wind, right? Like, you are never going to know if one of them is going to take. And all you can really do is just, like, create the conditions for seed germination, and then, like, at some point something will stick. It's just that, like, when you're in the position of, like, being the seed thrower, you're never going to be able to really know. You know? Like, you might get people coming back and saying, oh yeah, you changed my mind, bro, but, like, that's not... And that could be the thing that sustains you, to be true. To be, like, completely honest, that could be the thing that keeps you going. But it might not mean, like... It might not mean, like, jack shit, like... It might not be economical or sustainable or efficient. It's not, right? Brain break. Okay, here, I'll keep the brain break open. We'll when I'm kind of done with this. Okay, let me go back. Okay. Welcome in, D6. Hawk Tua, nice. What did Jesus know about economics? Yeah, bro, Jesus, like, you know, what do you do? Like, turn, like, fucking loaves and fish into something that fed 5,000 people. That guy did not abide by the laws of physics, okay? I'll tell you that. Feeding the poor? You mean being woke? My story's complex, it's hard to say. But hybrid, this is the thing, like, I can't think of anyone whose story was simple, you know? Jesus could be a socialist, but the Bible still says, don't have gay sex. Dr. Man, welcome in. He also flipped tables in markets. Sounds bullish as fuck. True. He hated bankers. That's also true. Even then, getting out of the libertarian conservative thing was relatively quick. Deconstructing my red pillish masculinity stuff took like 7 years longer. Right. Okay. So, okay, that's a great example of exactly the thing I'm saying, right? Like, you could get out of the libertarian conservative thing, but then still have an entirely other ideology that you believe in that's gonna take you years to come out of. And as you're coming out of it, you are actively getting pummeled on both sides, to go back to that analogy, like from the video, right? Where you get shit from the people who now see you as like a weak, like, beta bitch. And then you still have your like red pill, like, behavior or ideology that you're trying to come out of, that people are giving you shit for, because in part, you don't know any better. That sucks. That sucks so hard. And it's like, I can't look, if I'm like, okay, look, let's just for the purposes of this, like, for this analogy, imagine that I'm like a, 25 to 30-year-old single woman, right? Why would I, like, I would not take on that project. I'm not, right? Like, at that age, I would already know what I don't want. You know? Like, I've probably already been in a relationship where I've had to do that for somebody. And, like, I would not want that. I'm not doing that. I'm not hand-holding somebody on their way to, like, self-actualization at the cost of my own, like my own personal sanity, you know? Like, it sucks. And it sucks for you, like, you as the person having to come out of that ideology. And that's just, like, red pill stuff, you know? Imagine that being about, like, literally everything. Okay. The reason government social programs are not economically effective, in my honest opinion, is the knowledge problem. Since inductive certainty is impossible, governments can't have certainty. Wait. Is the knowledge problem. Since inductive certainty is impossible, governments can't have certainty to allocate resources effectively. If you're saying that the government is, like, has to be by definition, like, inefficient, then I think I agree with that. I think I agree with that. Horseshoe theory, but the ends are sentient and constantly pummeling you for wanting to change. True, Cassie, that's literally it. It's kind of sucks. I'm not saying it's it is the state of the world, unfortunately. Bible says don't do gay things. Proceeds to have totally gay relationship between John and David. True. Okay, my red pill stuff is deep in me long before it ever got popular online, like 2021. I had that shit back in like 2017, 2018. Back then, every red pillar was mega covert. Gotcha, okay. I like this idea. A horseshoe theory of the ends of sentient and constantly pummeling you for wanting to change. I actually really fucking like that idea. That's fucking great. That's a great way to put it. Okay, what is this? Important video? Give me a second. Oh, it's playing. Is it playing? Is it? Oh, no. Shh. Start it.
We'll try.
Stop. Okay.
Gumbus is standing up tall.
Oh my
because
god.
She's standing on business.
Holy.
She will try not to squish the business.
That is an old
Oh,
good
no.
cat.
Gumbus squished the business. Gumbus is so sad.
Wow.
Gumbus will have to build another one.
Oh my
She
god, that
did it.
kitty's blind.
Welcome to the new Gumbus shop. Very cool.
Oh my,
Gumbus
wow,
is standing-
holy, 0 fucking teeth in that, my god. 0 teeth. Literally toothless. Holy shit. That is a cute cat. Now she's not blind? Really? Like, look at those eyes. Are you serious? Marcus the Worm audio? Okay, McFiston. Goddamn, why would you ruin that? Why would you ruin it like that? Hold my catnip. We're doing cat memes. What was the other? Wait, was this the same Gumbus? Was it Gumbus that you were showing me?
Gumbus.
Yeah,
is
it was
standing
Gumbus.
up.
It was the brain break stuff. Gotcha. Nice. Here, let's go back to this. Gumbus, that's a cute cat. I'll sub to that cat. Why not? But yeah, I guess that's like thoughts I've been thinking. I am going to be making a cognitive dissonance video. Funnily enough, I have most of the script written out, and I kind of stalled on it for like a year now. Oh yeah, Reddit simulator. Yeah, here I'll pull that up. We'll take a look at that next. I think, and you know, a good part of it will be like taking ideas from this bending truth video and like applying it, because this is applied to cults, and I kind of want to blend essentially it's like knowledge from this video and then from another series about like the god concept, essentially, and essentially merge those two ideas together and kind of like explain how I've been like thinking about this shit for the past basically 10 years. So I'll definitely put that, I'll put that up. I just have to get my ass into gear and finish up the fucking video and, you know, record it and all that shit. So, okay. Alright, here's what we're gonna do, okay? Let's see. How long is this Reddit simulator video? I'm a little worried that Tucker, Candace, Sneeko, and Alex Jones are seeing the light because fuck me, I don't want jaded MAGA going down the JQ pipeline. Wait, hold on a second. Hasn't Candace go down? Hold on a second. Wait. Haven't half of these people already gone down the JQ pipeline? 5 seconds? Oh, 5 seconds. Okay, I thought it was a longer video. Okay, hold on. Reddit simulator. Okay, wait. So let me see.
I need directions to the freeway.
If you
Redditor
have the
simulator.
simplest understanding of the American... Oh, nice to meet you, milady.
Oh,
Thank
God.
you for the gold, kind stranger.
I see the average intelligence isn't ready for cinema like this.
There's no one in here because you fucking stink!
We do not love you anymore.
Okay, OP delivers. I need directions to the freeway.
Fucking amazing. Nice. Redditor sim. Nice. Yes, that's my point. They've gone down it and now they're like, what the fuck, Trump? He's crazy. Cat meme. Oh, nice. Good one. Good job posting it without the IG share link. Okay, let's see. Okay, there's another version of this. Wait, hold on. There's another word. Hold on a second. Wait. Oh, it was autoplay. Also, holy shit, this GIF. There's a wait, hold on, let me find it. It's so good. It's so fucking good, bro. Oh my god, it's right fucking here. Okay, stop. Stop. Stop! Stop! No! Oh my god! Stop! Okay, goddamn. Oh my... Okay, I'm crashing. I'm fucking crashing out now. Why is it so hard? It's so good, dude. I'm gonna let it play a second time. TikTok UX is an allegory for the singing cat. Yes, holy fuck. The fucking the part, this part, the fucking blink. It's so good. It's so good. Okay. So jaded MAGA, so jaded MAGA that are having a dissonance moment with the movement can turn to them. Oh, right, I see what you're saying, McFiston. No, I see what you're saying. Understand what you're saying. Jaded, you're, okay. Gotcha. I now understood what you were saying. You look like the type of person who would have turtles as pets? No. Close, though. How are you doing, Ann? Okay, welcome in. It's a bit spicy meme, but whatever. The 3:30 a.m. is peak, yeah? Get this chatter, Ann, okay? Excuse me? Well, no, I wouldn't have turtles. Why would I have turtles? Turtles have me. Okay? They would live longer than I would. Also, by the way, Sri Lankan turtles, fucking gorgeous, dude. See, they're sea turtles? Okay. Block this shit. I don't want that. Like they have like, wait, let me see if I can find a picture of like the oh, here we go. Look at that. Like, they have like these sick patterns on these. Oh my god, yes! This one right here! Look at this shit, bro. Look at how fucking pretty that is. Like, I remember seeing turtles like these. And I crash at the friend's house, wake up hungover, and the cat is just fucking with shit and making hella noise for some food. Can we get a Sri Lankan emerald mine stream? You can pay like $80 to go down and just grab a handful. Yo, is that real? Yeah, this, like, hold on, let me see. Let me see what these are actually called. Mystic white Sri Lankan sea turtle. Okay, wait. Can you see what they're actually fucking called, bro? My god, why is it so hard to find, like, what the actual, Matasiri source? Okay, hold on. Concrete pool. Albino? Wait. I think they are like, wait, Sri Lankan, sea turtles, albino. I think, I don't know what they're actually fucking called, bro. But like, this is what they look like. I think that they are maybe just called albino sea turtles. I just played a show for mental health benefit. Oh, really? That sounds so cool. Good for you, buddy. How was it? How'd it go? I think that they're just called albino sea turtles. But I've seen them at, like, you know, essentially like at farm, like, you know, like farms or like, you know, where they kind of breed them, right? Short set though, you know what? That's fair. That happens, right? Teenage turtle, perhaps exceptional in a sort of martial way. Maybe with a growth spurt that brings them to great heights. The penis on him, though. Oh yeah. Mark Kelly just casual on a Twitch stream right now. What a world. Wait, what? That's crazy. It's alright for morning? Yeah, for morning, right? I feel like everything in Sri Lanka is gorgeous as fuck. I mean, you know, not everything's gorgeous, but it's definitely a good place to visit, you know? And yeah, which stream? That's crazy, right? Pisco and Soypil are chatting with him. Oh, okay, I'll check it later. Sri Lanka's aight. There you go. We got the Polish endorsement, boys and girls. Okay. I'm gonna go get my water. I'm gonna get a snack. Oh my god, it's 4 o'clock. And then what did I want to do? Did I say I was gonna do something after this? Here, I'm gonna just mark this complete. I think there was something I was gonna do and then I totally forgot. Oh my god. Sure beans. What do you mean sure beans? Do we want to watch, honestly, do we want to watch the Bending Truth video? I mean, unless we have something that is more important to talk about. Some Christians right now, unironically. Oh, let's take a look. Let me take a quick look. Let me take a quick peek-see. What is this?
Donald Trump, if you can hear us, please, Donald Trump, please save me. Please save me, Donald Trump, please. I'm asking you.
Famous!
Please save me. Please save me. Please get these people away from me. In dear God's name, please stop these people. Go break.
Bro, fucking amazing. Oh yeah, that's an old. Oh yeah, no, this is listen, Hybrid Human. That's a fucking classic right there. Okay, there's a reason that we have that as an emote. Okay. Unless you're talking about the Soypil conversation. One comment just said, "Run, dog." Hold on. I want to take a very quick peeky. Oh no, wait. This isn't. Oh, jeez. Okay, let's take a quick peek-see. Senator Mark Kelly. Damn.
The Secretary of Defense decides to do. See if he wants to double or triple down. I guess it would be triple down on losing. But, you know, the Supreme Court...
He's wearing his hat. He's wearing the little hat on stream, bro. I need to actually put that hat back on Biden. My man Biden does not have his hat, but I also don't know what to do with my man Biden, you know? Like, he's kind of just back there. Like, it's like he's, like, left out of the discussion. And if I put him down here, you can't really see him, you know? You can't really see him if you put him down here. So I don't know what to do. Yeah, I know. Listen, I appreciate the commitment to the bit. Back there thinking about sniffing. Yeah. So he's wearing that shit. Yeah, I know. Again, look. Commitment to the bit, okay? Look. We're wearing a cap here, okay? We're wearing a cap here. No, I understand. But yeah, like, Cryptid Biden in his natural state. Moisturize. In his lane. Vibing, okay? I'll definitely be checking out that conversation later, you know? I don't think it's a conversation that would take like live comments. You know what I mean? I'll definitely check that out later. That looks like it's interesting at the very least. You know. Oh, I want to. This is our POV. This content is no longer available. No, it doesn't. It does like a shit. Sometimes it does shit where like that link is not gonna work for me, and like other people will be able to click on it and it will work, but not for me. Let's see if it works this way. Yeah, no, this content is no longer available. Okay. Let me. It's an iceabeans. Okay, all right. Here, I'll look at that, and then I'm gonna go grab a snack, or grab my water at the very least. And I hate mobile. X-File theme. Wait, we need to get that. I'm so sorry. I can't be arsed to do the meme. Hydrate Ice Edition. Okay, fine. Let me go get the thing. Here, I'm gonna, and then when we come back, here, we will watch this. And we'll talk about it a little bit. I think it'll be good. I think it'll be good because at the very least, I'll be able to get, like, some more perspectives on, basically, like, this kind of stuff as it relates. And, you know, I still will be able to make the video, right? Also, what the heck is this? My Problem with C.S. Lewis, Philip Pullman? That looks so interesting as fuck, bro. This is like, what the hell? I'm adding that to my watch later. Okay. Bro, that looks so interesting. Alright, I'm gonna be right back. Okay. I watched it. Oh, is it good? Alright, I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere, or rather, take this moment. I want everybody to take this moment, okay? To go get some water, to get your snack, go use the bathroom, do all your shit, take your meds if you need it, and please like and subscribe, okay? If you're, please go and like the stream, the live stream on YouTube, and subscribe if you haven't already. I am trying to hit 500 subs so that I can start actually making money from YouTube, which will allow me to actually put out content and actually dedicate time and energy towards actual content. So yes, go do your gooning. When you come back, go ahead and like and subscribe. Follow if you're on Twitch. You do not have to throw money at me if you're on Twitch, but I certainly welcome it. And I will also, while I'm gone, I will run an ad so that pre-rolls will be turned off for at least like a little bit, right? So, alright, I'm gonna be right back. Go do your thing, and I'll do mine. And I'll see you in like 3 minutes. Alright. I have returned. I've gotten... I don't know if you can hear this. I have obtained the white girl companion, okay? Bro, it is almost boba. It's almost boba tea season, bro. Also, look at look at that. Did y'all see when it was just his head sticking out of the thing? Ooh, ooh, hold on, hold on. Oh, look at the big stretch, bro. God damn it, McFiston! What you doing? You did complete the... You did complete it. No, you did not. You fucked it up. Wait, did you fuck it up? No, you did not. Yes, you did fuck it up. The king? He's so fat, bro. He's so... We need to fix this somehow. He's a chunker at the moment. He's got them giblets, you know? On mobile, it doesn't look like shit. Yeah, on mobile, I'm sure it... Do you use it, like... Do you use a third-party app at all? Like, Dank Chat or anything? To chat on? Okay. Cut one off and pass me a plate. He's got them giblets. Here. Alice? You wanna come over and say hi? No? He blinked at me. That's, I think... You wanna come over? Yeah? Hi, buddy. Alice. Oh, wow. Oh my god, wow, wow. Oh my god, look at this. Look at him. Look at this chungus. Look at this. I cannot explain to you that, like, this is, he's heavy, bro. He has obtained a dumper. His cheek meat went to his hips? How did this happen? And I think he is at this point, I think we are in the overweight, like, we are overweight now. Like, I can't feel his ribs, right? You're supposed to be able to feel their ribs, and I cannot feel his ribs. What do I do? They're both free feeders. So I think I'd have to get one of those, like, I think I'd have to get one of those, like, feeders that only, open up for the microchip. Yeah, you are being very chill. Are you sleepy? What's going on with you, brother? Man, I used to, it wasn't so long ago that I could hold him up by his shoulders, like under his shoulders, you know, under his armpits, and now I don't feel like I can do that. Because all of his fucking weight is in his, like, midsection. It's not, like, evenly distributed. Throw him out? I'm not throwing him out. What do you mean, bro? Like, I could still do that to Hermes, even though Hermes, like, does not prefer that, you know? He clearly ate Hermes. But yeah, I'm not getting a replacement. What do you mean? He's perfect as he is. Eat him? He would actually make a very good turkey. That is... I think you're not wrong there, you know? I'm not gonna eat him, though. Alright. He's a good boy, okay? He came and snuggled with me last night. It was very cute. Okay. So we're gonna watch this. I don't know if I want to... I'll probably work on my knitting while I do that, actually. And we'll just yeah, we're gonna watch this. If I might, you know, at some point I might get bored of the knitting and switch to, like, doing art or something, but we'll see. Okay. Prove Trump right and be an immigrant and eats pets. Jesus Christ. You removed his hidden eggs. They're feminizing the cats. They're feminizing the dogs. Oh my god. Okay, all right. So let me pause this. So I am going to start this over. Again, this channel is called Theremin Trees, and their channel is basically their channel is they started out, I think, making, like, atheist content, but then they started like branching into more you know, this kind of stuff, like cult thinking, like therapy, like he's a therapist, like abuse, you know, like how your patterns of thinking can get warped and shit like that. And it does have a very strong, like, religious, like, angled lens on it, but it's still pretty fucking good. So so this video is called Bending Truth: How Adults Get Indoctrinated. So we're gonna watch that and I'll comment on it as we go. So yeah. So I can really have the art from the background. Actually atheist? No, not really. Not. I mean, I guess you'll see. You'll figure it out, but not really. No. Here, I'm gonna move the lurkers too.
People who make it out of manipulative supremacist groups, like exploitative religious and
Also, let me know if I need to turn down the volume of the video or if it's kind of okay as it is, and I will adjust.
pseudoscientific organizations are often faced with distortions from two directions. When they attempt to convey their experiences of manipulation to members of their former group, their words are magically transformed into, "I'm mad, evil, and weak." But when they share their story with non-members as a cautionary tale, their words are often magically transformed into, "I'm gullible, asinine, and spineless." After a while, the apostates realize they're in the no-one's land of the unheard, and it begins to become clear why these groups continue to thrive. Groups with a talent for bending truth, preaching love while denouncing non-members as a subhuman underclass, claiming to champion peace while committing acts of barbarism. pontificating about family values while tearing up countless homes, promising freedom and enlightenment while enforcing ignorance and exercising total control. I want to explore some of the mechanics of manipulative groups, dispatching some of the stereotypes about the people who get recruited by them, and reflecting on preventative measures we might take to avoid recruitment. But if there's just one thing I really want to do in this video, it's to communicate the importance of acknowledging a simple but profound fact. We can all be manipulated. At a press conference on manipulative groups, Ian reveals he lost tens of thousands of dollars when he was recruited by a group who proposed that clusters of alien spirits are attached to all humans, keeping us from our full potential. Ian tells us how he and the other group members paid through the nose and every other orifice for a special kind of counselling, which they were told would rid them of these spirits. They were told that once these spirits are gone, they would be the primary causal agents of their lives, with skills such as telekinesis, total recall, and mastery over illness. No evidence was given for any of this. The alien story was the unsubstantiated revelation claim of the group's founder, and no records have ever been produced of a single person gaining any of the special powers or knowledge described.
Ooh.
What do we think of Ian? Does he lack intelligence? No. His intelligence is above average. He's a highly creative, resourceful man. That's why the group considered him such a juicy prospect. Is he a bit credulous, quick to accept whatever he's told? No. In fact, by default, he's a cautious, skeptical fella. Is he driven by narcissism, desiring supremacy over others? No. He's always been compelled by deeply humanitarian instincts.
And okay, just as the beans, oohs, and ahs are killing me. Okay, shut up. What's interesting, right, is that when I watched this, like I remember watching this for the first time, and then I remember talking about this video with like one of my friends, and at that time we were talking about it in the context of Scientology, which is what this is about, right? And I showed her this video, and as this guy was asking these questions, she was saying, like, you know, because he asked, like, you know, is he unintelligent? And her immediate answer was like, yeah, he fell for Scientology. You know? Like, is he credulous? She said yes, you know? And it was interesting to see how, like, even when we're talking to somebody who is, like, you know, because she's obviously open to that idea, right? To the point where I'm showing her the video, and still, somebody can look at somebody like this and say, yeah, you're not intelligent. And part of that is like, no, that's, you know what I mean? Like, it was just really interesting to see. It wasn't really like her fault or anything, but it was an interesting sort of, it was interesting to see a real life example of how somebody might react to, like, it's like a demonstration of the very thing he said at the start in the intro, where somebody can come out and say, I was manipulated by this group, and people on the outside see you as, like, credulous. They see you as, like, stupid, right? Yeah, intelligence didn't get you into a cult, right? And they think that because you were in a cult, you were somehow unintelligent, right? Yeah. But like, right, that's the thing, is like they don't understand that could be like, yeah, exactly, yeah. So, anyways,
of course, there are folks
on.
out there who are gullible, obtuse, submissive, power hungry, escapist, lazy.
Woke scolding
but
vibes.
It's a huge mistake to assume that successful recruitment into manipulative groups depends on the presence of these kinds of traits. And while we're hunting for them in Ian's case, we're missing 6 crucial words. He was recruited by a group. He was subjected to a process. The idea of alien spirit clusters wasn't presented to him in the bald way he presented it to us. Ian was carefully steered through a sequence of experiences, so that by the time the alien spirits concept was mentioned, a range of key
Some people are
psychological elements
submissive.
had been established.
True. Some people are submissive and breedable, maybe?
To ease its entry and help insulate it from criticism. Later on, I'll be looking at how this was done. Just as we can become distracted by the red herring of personality deficiencies, we can become misled by the notion of predisposing circumstance. Some psychologists have generated lists of situational factors that can leave us vulnerable to manipulative groups. Factors like weak family bonds, or
There would be a
Recent
fire
bereavement.
clip.
Problem is, when we don't find ourselves reflected in those items, we can be left with the impression we're not vulnerable. When we see an item like weak family bonds, we might satisfy ourselves that we're not at risk because we have strong family bonds. But strong family bonds can put people at risk too. Many people are recruited by a relative, and if your whole family's been indoctrinated, you could be born into a manipulative group.
So McFiston, it's literally it, right? Like, it's literally what you were saying earlier, right? It doesn't get you into college, it doesn't keep you out. So you could think, I'm too smart for this, right? But that could be the literal reason that keeps you in, because once you've gotten in, you could say, you could literally fool yourself into thinking, there's no way that this is wrong. I'm too smart. I have a PhD. I went to, like, whatever. Like, I literally did this and that, and I'm smarter than this. Like, that could be the reason why you don't realize you're in a fucking cult. No smart people ever got addicted to drugs. Well, I mean, okay, yeah, but right, it's crazy, right? And, like, drugs are like, okay, look, drugs, like, I think drugs can be like a whole thing in and of itself, you know? Like, it's not just that we, like, think people are stupid for being addicted to drugs, but, like, yeah, gambling, you know, like, just any kind of, like, drugs, actually, no, drugs do have that like, sort of connotation to them, right? Yeah. You also start looking at the relevant intelligence of the other members as to a reason of why they aren't wrong, right? Well, not just the intelligence, but also their, like, status in life, right? Like, why do we think, why does anybody take seriously somebody who says, like, you'll become more Republican when you're older, you know? Like, why do we take that seriously at all, right? Oh, it's the reason you get addicted is my point. Low self-esteem trauma. Yeah, gotcha. Because of stats? No, dog. It's because older people, why would anyone take that person seriously? It's because they're probably older, they're probably more established. That doesn't mean that you become a Republican as you get older. That's a fucking lie. There are lots of people who do not become Republican as they get older. Like, this idea that when you get your first job, and this is it's such a detestable, disgusting, like, idea to begin with, that, like, the first time that someone's child, like, goes out into the world, gets a job, they're very excited, they're calculating their paycheck, you know, and then they get their paycheck and they're like, what the fuck, bro? I know what my hourly rate was. I was expecting $700, and instead I got I don't know, I don't fucking know, I'm spitballing here, okay? $498, that's what I actually ended up getting. What the fuck? And then some person, whether it's their uncle, their dad, whoever the fuck else, will pat them on the back and say, well, welcome to the rest of the world, buddy. Like, your tax is being eaten by the fucking government, you know? Like, yeah, how could Peter Thiel be dumb? He's rich. That like, mentality it's taught to you, okay? It's taught to you. Like, nobody ever comes along and says, well, what do your taxes actually go to? Nobody actually teaches you the value of those taxes. All they're gonna say to you is that the government's taking your fucking money. You know? You'll become more conservative, and your older is usually true, but it should be from you, you going from super ultra woke communist anarchist to a liberal progressive with socialist sympathies. Look, I guess I'm not scoffing at the idea that you do become more conservative when you're older, but I take offense to when I take offense to that framing, it's because usually it's being accompanied with that kind of rhetoric. The example that I just said, that is something that actually happens when people get their first job. Like, this is something that literally happens in American households, like, all over, right? Like, one of you have probably been subject to that kind of rhetoric coming from, like, a family member. right? Where it's always phrased to you as like, you know, it's essentially like Republican propaganda without any of the pushback or any of the actual like explanation, and it can set in you this idea, right, that like your taxes are theft, right? Does that make sense? This is you being paying the tax your employer owns. Your employer is the one that's supposed to be paying it. Wait, what do you mean? Like for federal taxes and state taxes? Or like for like retirement, like the money that goes into like Social Security and stuff? Haha, dumb kid, look at your check. I hate my wife. Right. Oh my god.
In these cases,
The
even
more
if you
lib
wake
I
up
get,
and smell the
true.
Kool-Aid, strong family bonds might keep you feeling trapped inside the group under the threat of disconnection from your family. Members of manipulative groups are a diverse population, and it serves us well to think creatively about how these groups might hook us in.
Oh yeah, sure, Cassie.
Some of us go through life convinced we possess an almost clinical objectivity that, barring deliberate deceptions or the odd...
By the way, this is Dr. the Man right here, okay? This guy is talking about very specifically Dr. the Man.
Some of us go through life convinced we possess an almost clinical objectivity that, barring deliberate deceptions or the odd quirky optical illusion, we generally perceive reality as it actually is, and that we make decisions on a firmly rational basis. For over a century, social psychologists have been ripping that fantasy apart, conducting experiments that elicit the most bizarre, counterintuitive human responses, and exposing a gamut of distinct biases, each of which distorts our perception in its own specific way. A landmark concept in social psychology emerged in the 1950s that provided a framework on which to untangle all kinds of paradoxical human behavior. Leon Festinger's theory of cognitive dissonance. It also described arguably the biggest implement in the toolboxes of manipulative groups, who not only rely on it to keep existing members under their influence, but also actively exploit it to recruit new members. Festinger and his colleagues proposed that we seek consistency within our cognitions.
Nah,
our
I have no
thoughts,
biases.
Emotions, memories, perceptions.
Dr. the Man. On a real world note, I wish it was just if your hourly rate was calced with your taxes already taken out. Have you ever seen, bro? Have you ever seen that? There's like extensions that you can get for like your Chrome browser, for example, where like that like gets you to plug in your hourly wage or your like rate, and then next to every single price tag that you see on like shopping sites, it'll tell you like how many hours of your like how many hours you have to work in order to afford that. I remember, yeah, it was very depressing. I remember doing that back when I was like, I very quickly shut that shit off, bro. I'm sure it might be a good, like, it might even really be, like a decent, like control your spending aid, you know, like if you have a problem with that kind of thing. Like if you were addicted to like shopping, like for random shit or whatever, that might help, but imagine looking at Funko Pops through that lens. Oh my god. True, though. Or any really
and
collection,
when we discover an inconsistency, we experience a psychological discomfort that motivates us to try and reduce that conflict. So, what does dissonance look like in action? Say we've been taught to believe all members of Group A are evil. One day, a friend we've always known to be a good person reveals she's a member of Group A. This arouses dissonance because our experience contradicts our belief. We can reduce this dissonance in a number of ways. If we're not hugely invested in the belief, we might opt for method 1, simply adjust our belief. We might, for instance, change it to, not all members of Group A are evil. If we're equally invested in the belief and the friendship, we might try to preserve both, using method 2, denial. We might refuse to believe our friend is a true member of Group A, granting her special exemption because she's just not like those other folks. If we're more invested in the belief than the friendship, we might go for method 3. Select confirming information. Here, we cherry-pick information consistent with our belief and ignore information that contradicts it. Any flaws in our friend's behavior or attitudes can be turned against her, while her goodness is ignored. Festinger and his colleagues noted that when we experience dissonance, we'll tend to avoid information or situations that threaten further dissonance. For instance, if we've denied that our friend is a member of Group A, we'll want to avoid the subject in future conversations. Or, if we've used selective information to cast our friend as evil, we might quickly break off contact to avoid giving her the chance to reason with us. But sometimes our response to dissonance is so horrendously distorted that it makes us almost invulnerable to further dissonance, reducing our need for avoidance. For example, say we look for evidence that our friend's evil, but can't find any. What if, time after time, we're confronted with good? How can we possibly preserve our belief that all members of Group A are evil now? Well, all is not as bleak as it seems. We have method 4, repackaging. Believing that no member of Group A could possibly be good, we could repackage our experience of our friend's goodness as something it's not.
People Sido, show Hog. I will not be showing Hog today, but I appreciate the effort.
We might tell ourselves she was only pretending to be good. It was all an act, a deception. And isn't that the most insidious evil of all? The evil that disguises itself as good? The wolf in sheep's clothing? We've now put our friend in a no-win position. Even her goodness has now become evidence of her evil. Now we don't even have to avoid her. Anything she does, good or bad, confirms our belief. Later on, I'll be looking at how manipulative groups explicitly employ these kinds of extreme contortions to put their critics in a no-win position and keep their members under psychological lockdown.
Okay, so, oh wait, hold on. Did I mute? Okay, no, I'm not muted. So, the adjusting and denying and selection is, like, obviously, that are tactics, and I'm kind of previewing a little bit, right? Those are tactics that we use every day in order to reduce the cognitive dissonance in our own lives, right? But what Festinger said, like one of the Festinger's theories is that the repackaging is like an important one. This is the method that Theremin Trees kind of focuses on, right? And I think that the repackaging is what's used quite a bit when you have people who, like, those in between, the limbo people, right? The people who are trying to come back to reality that we talked about earlier. Like, this is what keeps a lot of them, stuck, is that idea that they've been told that, like, Dems don't want, they're not going to help you either. So why not stick with what you know? Like, you know that Trump will get you X, Y, and Z that you want. Right? Even if every word of that is a lie. Right? They've just gone ahead and, like, said, yeah, you will never be better off. Right? So it's interesting. That's kind of part, like, that's just like a part of what is interesting about this, and like how they use it. They like deliberately use it, but yeah, we'll keep on.
Various experiments have shown how dissonance can be actively exploited to induce positive responses. In a 1959 paper, Aronson and Mills investigated the role of initiation procedures in attitudes towards groups. They advertised for female subjects to join a group discussing the psychology of sex. But before being accepted, subjects were told they had to pass an embarrassment test. There were 3 experimental conditions. Subjects in the severe initiation condition read out loud to the experimenter a list of words considered obscene, as well as sexually explicit passages. Subjects in the mild initiation condition read out loud a list of sexual but non-obscene terms. Subjects in the no initiation condition weren't screened. Each subject then listened to the same pre-recorded...
Wait. Trump isn't perfect at the same time he's responsible for the death of Khamenei. He's not all bad. Wait, are you saying that as an example of the repackaging or what? Cause I would personally not say that the death of Khamenei beneficial to us. But you know, I could be wrong. That's just like my opinion. I think we got a worse deal by killing Khomeini. You know, but maybe you're saying that's how it's being spun, right?
Discussion deliberately designed to be boring. They then rated their perceptions of the group. Intuitively, one might think the more severe the initiation, the more the discussion's dreariness would be accentuated. But the reverse was true. Subjects from the severe condition showed the strongest liking for the group, rating it as significantly more attractive compared with the ratings of the other groups. Aronson and Mills explained this counterintuitive finding in terms of dissonance between two cognitions. Subjects in the severe condition had gone through a difficult experience to join the group, but the group wasn't worthwhile. When we invest time, effort, money, emotion in an enterprise, we want to believe our investment isn't wasted. So, we repackage useless enterprises as useful.
Okay, and this is what we were saying earlier, right? Like, this is like literally what we were, I mean, I was referencing this, but this is what we were talking about, right? Like, if you've invested your entire fucking personality, your whole thing, like, honestly, imagine the fucking cognitive dissonance that is coursing through the fucking, like, the people that Trump has called out. Like, Alex Jones, bro. Imagine the cognitive dissonance that is going through Alex fucking Jones right now. Everybody who he's throwing under the bus, just imagine that they've thought, like, they have dedicated their entire, like, fucking career, their online careers, to, like, sucking on Trump's dick, and this is how he treats them. You know? It's gotta be really fucking, like, it's gotta be so crazy to, like, for them to realize, or to potentially realize that all of their effort was for fucking nothing, right? Wait, hold on. Also, Zactron, that's, like, no. No. That is... There's no, I am so skeptical of that claim right there. I am not going to, also, I'm sorry. I'm gonna be straight up with you. I don't think that Israel has the well-being of the Iranian people. I don't think that Israelis, like, I don't think that any of the Israeli leadership has their well-being in mind. You're not going to convince me of that fact. No. And Trump certainly does not give a single shit about Iranians or Iranian protesters or, like, just anybody in that. He doesn't give a shit. No. I reject this on every level. No, I reject that. Like, show me that data, or show me the analysis. I'm still gonna find an issue with it. There's no way you can tell me that this would lead to a more liberal Iran. That, like you gotta show me the method, like the specific methodology, like, or the steps that would need to occur, that they think is more likely to occur because of this whole situation. I think every metric is showing the exact fucking opposite. They've radicalized the existing leadership against ever working with America. Or Israel, for that matter. How does that lead to a more liberal Iran? Do you think that suddenly they're gonna give protesters what they're asking for? No, not at all. Like, not at all. I'm like dumb shit. I'm like a dumb shit person, and even I know that. Like, on foreign policy, all I know is about what other people tell me, and even I know that. No, I reject that. This is in no way, and I'll be willing to bet money on this. There's no way that we're gonna see a liberal Iran come out of this. Never stop talking beans. Angry Moose. Okay, alright. Alright,
This
alright.
result, supported by other studies, demonstrates how worthless groups can be made to appear worthwhile. A decade later, Knox and Inkster showed just how quickly
Is this a
actions
cult
can
video?
induce
Ooh,
attitudes.
hybrid! Wait, hybrid! This is the video. This is the video I was talking about. I'm gonna actually backtrack just a little bit because we talked about this earlier, like the investment into a group and then finding out that they're not worthwhile. So I'm just gonna back up to where we started. They started talking about the study, okay? Because I think you'd be interested. Okay. I looked it up and found 10 articles that have a gripe. Yeah, okay.
Positive responses. In a 90
Alright.
experiments have shown how dissonance can be actively exploited to induce positive responses. In a 1959 paper, Aronson and Mills investigated the role of initiation procedures in attitudes towards groups. They advertised for female subjects to join a group discussing the psychology of sex, but before being accepted, subjects were told they had to pass an embarrassment test. There were 3 experimental conditions. Subjects in the severe initiation condition read out loud to the experimenter a list of words considered obscene, as well as sexually explicit passages. Subjects in the mild initiation condition read out loud a list of sexual but non-obscene terms. Subjects in the no initiation condition weren't screened. Each subject then listened to the same pre-recorded discussion, deliberately designed to be boring. They then rated their perceptions of the group. Intuitively, one might think the more severe the initiation, the more the discussion's dreariness would be accentuated. But the reverse was true. Subjects from the severe condition showed the strongest liking for the group, rating it as significantly more attractive compared with the ratings of the other groups. Aronson and Mills explained this counterintuitive finding in terms of dissonance between 2 cognitions. Subjects in the severe condition had gone through a difficult experience to join the group, but the group wasn't worthwhile. When we invest time, effort, money, emotion in an enterprise, we want to believe our investment isn't wasted. So, we repackage useless enterprises as useful. This result, supported by other studies, demonstrates how worthless groups can be made to appear worthwhile. A decade later, Knox and Inkster showed just how quickly...
So that was the first study, right? And like... that's also more applicable, like, in literal, like, everyday... Like, we've all probably justified, like, some fucking purchase or some shit that is, like, a waste, right? We've justified it in some way by saying, oh yeah, no, I got something out of that. I use it. You know? I use that thing all the time. Like, literally, oh my god. Literally, okay. So we've been watching The Sopranos in the Discord, which, by the way, you should join. Okay? And we just finished watching an episode where they go to Italy and, like, the one guy, Paulie, has, like, he's so fucking excited to go and reconnect with, like, his Italian roots. Like, some guy tells him, like, commendatory in, like, the fucking, in the hotel, and he, like, he tries to use that word. He tries to greet other Italians, you know? And, like, he finds out, like, he's so disappointed by, like, actual Italy. Like, he's so disappointed, and, like, he tries talking to people on the street or, like, at cafes and stuff, and he gets fucking rebuffed. And, like, you know, he just does not, like, he does not feel at home there. He does not have a good time. And the first thing he says when he gets back to fucking New Jersey is like, oh my god, you know, I had that was the best time. You have to go. You have to do it. You have to go. It's like, why? Why would you say that? It's literally cognitive He can't frame that as I had a bad time, or he would have to admit that he had a bad time. He would have to admit that his time was wasted, or that all of his dreams about what Italy would be like are wrong, right? I'd be disappointed too if I learned pizza and no one there is speaking pizza. That's so amazing. My initiation into that cult was uniquely difficult because I was hard to pull in because my process was so unusual. I thought my presence was special and like I had potential. Some sunk cost thinking was working big time, like the site. Oh yeah, sunk cost, but then also like if you think that's an interesting thing too, right? The hard to pull in, right? If you were hard to pull in, like they had to work you for a while, like they and you might even have thought, okay, there's a thought process here. Like I had to go through all of this, like I had to debate several times, like, and so like I've definitely even thought, like, okay, look at I swear to God, I'm not bringing this up to get into this subject, but this whole like liberal versus lefty thing, right? Like, I've been sitting here for the better part of 2 months and ranting and raving and, like, talking about this on and off stream, right? Like, what do you think the strength of my current beliefs, what do you think that would be? It's really fucking high. Like, I have, like, the highest confidence in my conclusion that I've come out of all of this. And I understand it's not like a done conclusion, like I could still be open to ideas. But currently at this moment, I am so confident in what I am thinking is like the most correct thing. You know what I mean? Like, because I've been ruminating over it, because I've been debating people, because I've been having conversations that I think are productive and are, like, that have challenged my beliefs, I'm going to be so much more confident in that kind of thinking because I thought that I've put it to the like test, as opposed to having a chat that just like yes mans me the whole time, right? I'm going to think that it's gone through a way more rigorous process of evaluation and criticism, right? That makes perfect sense to me, you know? Okay, hey, as a mechanic, I have no idea what a tool truck is or how to take advantage of you. The tools that make things easier but cost a lot, but time is money. Yeah, fair enough. Also, you had to reason yourself into it, and that works against you when leaving. Yes. That's what the ladies tell me. You mean yes person? Okay, yes, that's true, Dr. Man. I'm sorry. Yeah, yeah, like if everything that was being said to me was like being yes personed, then I would have less of an investment into it, right? There you go. Oh god, no, Beans, you unleash the monster. No, we're moving
Actions
on!
can induce attitudes. At a racetrack, 69 bettors were asked by one experimenter, just prior to betting, to rate the chances of their horse winning. 72 bettors were asked by a second experimenter, just after placing their bets. Using a 7-point scale, on average, pre-bettors rated their chances fair. Post-bettors rated their chances good. One bettor, who'd given a rating to the pre-bet experimenter and placed his bet, then spotted the post-bet experimenter and asked if the two were working together. He then inquired if he could now change his rating from fair to excellent. Studies like this show the important role behavior plays in dissonance. In fact, when we're looking at the components of dissonance, we could divide them into 3 broad classes: behavior, emotions, and thoughts. Pull hard enough on one, and in our drive for consistency, the others will follow. When we behave as if we're committed, our thoughts and emotions often fall in line. But how do we become so heavily invested in?
By the way, does anyone else remember The Secret? Does anyone else remember this? Yeah, I don't know about a show, but there definitely was like there was like some kind of like video or a podcast or some shit, right? I remember having this book as a kid, and like where Sunday hit the body. This shit, the self-help thing. Yeah. Okay, listen. This shit the whole idea of The Secret was basically like, you have to manifest the things you want in life by like acting as if they're going to happen, right? Like if you want a new car, you have to act as if the car is going to come to you. Like you have to make space in your garage for the car, like that sort of shit. Okay? And the funny thing is, as like kooky and like gimmicky and shit as this is, right? There's some like nugget to truth to it in that like if you okay, the car thing is really like hyperbolic, right? But like if you actually act like you are going to get the thing, there are some ways that you can manifest, quote unquote, manifest certain things, but only because you are doing the behaviors that would necessitate you to get that thing, right? Like if your issue is that you're like a fucking disgusting slob and you're having trouble finding dates, and in order to manifest getting more dates, you clean yourself up. You're not cleaning yourself. The manifestation part of it is not what got you the date. It's because you cleaned yourself up, right? Fake it till you make it. It's kind of a fake it till you make it thing, except it's more like it's done with like it's done with like it's so fucking pretend. I wish I could find like the. Hold on. I wish I could find, like, the video or a snippet of the video that we want. Wait. Is there, like, a trailer? Oh, my God. Oh, my God, bro. Okay, let's go. Let's fucking go. It's 2 minutes. It's so pretentious, dog.
Throughout history, all the great minds, all the great leaders, all the great achievers, they have something in common.
The secret was buried. The secret was coveted. The secret was banned. The secret was suppressed.
And now the great glimmering of truth can be revealed again.
You know this secret gives you everything you want.
Bro.
Happiness, health, and wealth.
Yo.
You can
Hey, dog. Yo, this is some woke. Holy shit.
Happiness.
Yo. Holy fuck. Yo, look at this. This is an amazing shot, yo. Look at the fucking moon. The galaxy in the back. We got an Asian and we got a black man. Holy, this is like some god-like shit, dude. Is that a genie? Oh yeah, it is a genie, ain't it? Wait, yep, it's literally a genie. Okay, I thought it was God. Okay, sorry.
Now the great glimmering of truth can be revealed again.
Oh my god.
You know this secret gives you everything you want.
Why is he wet?
Happiness, health, and wealth.
You can have, do, or be anything you want.
I've seen many miracles take place in people's lives. Financial miracles, miracles of physical healing, mental healing, healing in relationships.
All of this happened because of knowing how to apply the secret.
Hey yo, this is so funny, bro. Hey yo, bro.
Secret of life.
This is so funny, bro. I remember watching this documentary or whatever. I don't remember anyone talking about this. I do remember this on TV a lot though. You mean the trailer? I remember when this was like, I had this fucking book, okay? Like, I bought this book, documentary. I don't fucking know. I watched whatever this was, okay? But yeah, anyways, that was very funny. I'm glad we watched that. That was great. But like, okay. But yeah, the point is, yeah, I want a new job, so I'm gonna look for a new job. Gotta get a new interview suit too. Yep. You know? I want a new kitchen. I'm gonna start ripping up the floors. Yeah, I mean, literally that, right? What's the retail price for the secret? Is there 2 secrets for 1 deal? Ooh, good question, Orange. You also welcome in. Don't think I said hi. But yeah, I mean, the whole idea of like, so like, you know, if you commit one thing, right, the others will like follow, right? And the whole idea that Theremin 3 is positing, and Festinger to a certain extent as well, is that like we are not looking for truth when we think about these things. We're looking for consistency, right? Like we want these 3 things to be consistent with each other, right? So, you know, because that's going to be the thing that reduces the most, like that's what keeps our cognitive dissonance low, right?
An idea.
Okay, so
often fall in line.
So let me go back.
When we behave as if we're committed, our thoughts and emotions often fall in line. But how do we become so heavily invested in an idea that we find ourselves twisting concepts into their opposites, bending good into evil, love into hate, just to preserve that idea? While cognitive dissonance studies tend to focus on the conflict between 2 ideas, those 2 ideas don't of course exist in isolation. Networks of reinforcing ideas often lie behind them. For instance, regarding our hypothetical belief that Group A is evil, maybe our entire community has always vehemently condemned Group A. We might have behaved hatefully towards some members of Group A ourselves in the past, based solely on this prejudice. We might also have seen Group A sympathizers being attacked and ostracized. If it turns out Group A isn't evil, we have some tough realities to face. First, we have to admit our entire community is wrong. This could tap into some hefty issues around trust, loyalty, and credibility. Second, we'll have to admit our own hateful behavior was unjustified. This could have big implications for our self-image. Third, we now face being attacked and ostracized if we defend Group A, which taps into our ideas of safety and security. These tough
are there any weird support items involved, like crystals or beads or bells? Do you mean with the... Wait, do you mean like with the secret? I don't think that there are. It's not like a cult. It is ultimately, at the end of the day, like it was just like a fucking self-help book that just promoted like manifestation. You know, you manifest what you want in your life. And so like the way to hack that is by like being deliberate about your manifestation. That's from what I remember about it, right? And Dr. Man says, I want a sex slave. Build the dungeon and they will come. They would come if I built a whole fucking... Yeah, no, they are... Unironically, if you built a dungeon, chances are there would be some sick fuck out there who would be like, yeah, that's exactly what I want. I want to die. I want to be a sex slave. Sorry. Self-help in and of itself is a very long conversation. Oh yeah, absolutely, you know? But yeah, this is, like all of this, like basically the idea is that it's not just a direct refutation of like the core point, right? That can, that's necessary. You have to overcome all of the issues with challenging like the related concepts, because those related concepts would tie into this thing, right? Like imagine, just as an example, imagine like, okay, like here's a really direct example of like Hunter Avalon. Remember when he had his like fucking shift from like being conservative to completely like destroying his fan base and kind of starting all over, right? Like, think about what, just on a material sense, what that might mean to have to go through that and consciously say, I am going to get rid of the way that I make money or the way that I have been gaining influence or money or whatever the fuck else. I have to end that. Yeah, I went through the gauntlet. Classic. Yeah, no, wait, do I not have classic as an emote? God damn. Hold on. I'll have to, right, well, I'll have to fix that. Seems partly about mental affirmations to try shaping one's world. Oh, yeah, orange hues. Yeah, no, it is mental affirmations. But it's also like, I'm pretty sure it also, like the making space in your garage for the car, like I distinctly remember that one. I'm pretty sure you have to like physically manifest it as well, right? Okay, alright.
Realities might feel intensely threatening to us,
I'll try to
but the
fix this
threat
clip.
goes away if we can find some way of preserving our belief that Group A is evil. So it is that we might find ourselves turning on our friend just to preserve a false belief. And of course, this might in itself make it even harder to admit our mistake in the future, because adding to all the other tough realities, we'll now have to admit we betrayed a good friend. Our minds are not objective, logical machines.
That's for
Our
you,
minds are
Dr.
vast
Warner.
networks of ideas, striving not necessarily for truth, but for internal consistency. In view of this, it's plain to see why childhood is by far the most preferred period for indoctrination into manipulative groups. Parents and guardians can get in there right at the start and insert any unsubstantiated concept they like into the child's basic initial framework without resistance. And being implanted so early, they stand a good chance of becoming core beliefs, with rich networks of ideas reinforcing them, including strong associations of identity at many levels: individual, family, culture, perhaps nationality. If the unsubstantiated
Man,
concept
fuck
is later
Group A,
challenged,
Jesus.
threatening tremors could be felt in all of these areas. Indoctrinating adults who've already developed an advanced cognitive network isn't so straightforward. Manipulative groups often have to insert their unsubstantiated ideas into a distinctly inhospitable environment. And it's no coincidence that in order to achieve that goal, some groups will try to mimic those childhood conditions by infantilizing adults.
Knitting cult lady. Wait, knitting cult lady? Who is this knitting cult lady? Huh? Hybrid Heathen, you can't just say that and not name drop the person. Who is the knitting cult lady? Damn. Do I need to check that person out? Has some disagreements on the child point. She argues that children are often the targets of cults, but they don't adhere as well as people think. I'd be interested to look into that, but I think the numbers kind of, I feel like the numbers would prove her wrong on that point, right? Like, I guess, like, adherence, it depends, I think, on what you consider as adherence, right? But it's also, I think it's one of those things that's like, how do you classify, or how do you qualify adherence to, like, religious beliefs or whatever? I would argue that, like, the people who deconvert from, like, cults, like, they're not, like, big in number, right? You know? Like, look at, like, Mormonism, right? Big assumptions being made here that adults have developed cognitive systems. Hampar. Wait, you don't know her? Wait, what is she called? Is she called knitting cult lady? That's very funny. You need to try knitting. It could be a gateway to a happier life. She was in herself in a big time cult and was in the military for quite a while and then wrote a few books on it, but that's gotta be nuanced there. Interesting. Sounds like cult talk to me. Remember when Hunter Avalon's GF's ex-boyfriend shot up their house and then himself? I remember. Wait, did he shoot himself? I thought that he was shot by police. I thought that's how that guy died. Shoot the whoop. Welcome in. Okay, also, I stopped being Christian because it had too many adherences. Girls just want to have fun. Oh, God.
When I was a Christian, we were repeatedly told that we needed to be like children, trusting and dependent on Yahweh, which, in the total absence of any evidence of Yahweh, translates to trusting and dependent on the humans who claim to represent Yahweh. And there was a nice little threat thrown in there. If you didn't become like children, you'd never get into heaven. In a similar vein, we were told, lean not on your own understanding. Do not be wise in your own eyes. The message in all these commands couldn't be clearer. Wherever your ideas conflict with those of the group, it's your ideas that need to change. Folks who submit to these commands can now have vast amounts of their cognitive network rewritten without substantial resistance, just like childhood. Of course, adult recruits are more of a bonus than a necessity for the major world religions, who are guaranteed a steady influx of child recruits, as long as the abuse of childhood religious indoctrination continues. Other groups who are more reliant on adult recruits often have to manipulate cognitive dissonance in more subtle ways.
Okay, so, like, I would say, Hybrid, I'm actually interested, who this person is, because I would want to know what they mean by that adherence thing. I think that, for, like, just like Terramentry says, like, if you have, okay, like, Scientology, for example, is a cult that, like, it's a financial domination cult, basically. You know, like, what, that's one part, that's like a huge part of it, right? And so it kind of requires you to have to be an adult that has money, right? As opposed to, like, Islam, Christianity, like, those religions, you could have nothing, right? You don't, there's no and so I think that, like, you don't see, like, lots of kids, like, Scientology kids. Like, what kid would say, like, I'm a Scientologist? You know, that's kind of like how I would think about it, right? Versus, like, how many kids know, like, the basic talking points about God or whatever the fuck, right? Okay, if I had to steal my narrative, she claims that I think 50% of children brought up in cults deviate pretty hard or outright leave. Oh, cult. Okay, we're specifically talking about cults. My guess is that's because children need rebel phases, and that a lot of times the cults hold the children in by force and less by actual persuasion processes that are more necessary for adults. And when I say leave, I mean when they're actually old enough and have the means to do so. Okay, I think then that would be okay. Right. I see. I think that would be like that would be like where it would be like I would I would be persuaded by numbers, I think. Because I actually don't know the numbers, so I don't know the numbers of, like, you know, really high control groups and, like, their rates of being their rates of their kids growing up, and, like, the whole Westboro Baptist Church, for example, like, what's their rate of retaining people rather than, like, having them leave, right? I don't know any Scientologists apart from celebrities like Tom Cruise. Well, if I'm gonna be honest, I feel like Scientology is like one of those cults that's, like, really high profile, but like you said, you probably don't know any Scientologists. I would say that a more appropriate or more, like, a more relatable cult would be, like, Jehovah's Witnesses, right? Because you might know Jehovah's. A, they're way bigger. B, you probably know somebody who's a Jehovah's Witness, or you've seen them, like, with their carts, like their preaching carts. I've had a trend of TikTokers trying to run as deep into the Scientology headquarters building as possible. Yo, you mean, like, actually, like, just breaking into the Scientology and just running? That's so funny. What the fuck? Preaching cart? Never seen. Do you know any Jehovah's Witnesses? Okay, anyways, we'll move on, but, like, also, yeah, like, I would say Scientology is, like, it's more high profile, but you might not actually know anybody, you know? Children force is such a factor. Some kid grows to be 26 if she knows the cult is full of shit and none of the programming is really working. What does it matter if she's had like 4 kids and the rage husband is the only real stability? Longer conversation there. Oh, yeah. Well, I think that's like, okay, so, you know, look, Theremin Trees is classing, like, he has a particular review on religion in general, right? And he sees Christianity as having these like high control behaviors. Like, I don't think he classifies Christianity as a cult, but he does ascribe, like, especially the Christianity that he was brought up with. Like, there's definitely high control, like, type thinking there, right? Like, the indoctrination is a huge thing. And so, if we're to take that framing, like, if we're to take the framing that, like, you know, deconverts, like, you won't see a lot of Christian children deconverting from Christianity, right? Even if they do have a rebel phase, they may still retain enough of a tie to Christianity that, like, let's say they marry another Christian, who then could either pull them back into like more deeper levels, like even if they've rebelled and moved away. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's kind of what I'm thinking about when I think about like deconvert. Like, in that sense, I would not expect like the average Christian child to grow up and deconvert. If anything, I would expect the average Christian child to grow up, have a rebellious phase, but then revert, like, or go back to some level of, like, Christianity, like, some, like, at the very least, they have, like, some low-level belief, right? Okay, Knitting Cult Lady, channel for later. Ooh, yes, I am subscribing. Thank you very much, I appreciate that. Holy! Alright. Very fucking cool. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Let's go back to Ian and see how he gets recruited by a group claiming clusters of alien spirits are attached to us all, keeping us from our full potential.
Thank you,
Ian
Hybrid
is approached
Heathen.
on the street by a woman with a personality questionnaire. He agrees to accompany her inside the official premises behind her, where he spends half an hour completing it. His results show him to be unstable, depressed, nervous, and overly critical. These conflict with his self-image, but the woman talks with him for a further half hour about his life, his frustrations, his disappointments, and draws tentative connections with his results. She says her group runs courses that can help him become a more effective person. Ian's natural caution stops him from signing up for a course, but he agrees to buy a cheap book. He now experiences his first cognitive dissonance in the group's favor. He has 2 conflicting cognitions. 1, that he's not interested, but 2, that he's just invested an hour of his time and bought a book. Dissonance leads him to adjust his first cognition and rationalize that he is interested. Going home, he dips into the book and reflects on the idea of becoming a more effective person. The questionnaire results begin to play on his mind. Despite himself, he begins to select confirming information, finding memories that match the results. Deciding he has nothing to lose by giving it a go, he returns and signs up for a course about communication. Ian is now locked into a commitment cycle. The more time and money he invests, the more he becomes convinced it's worthwhile. The easier he's persuaded to invest more time and money in further courses. The courses include odd activities like sitting in silence staring at another member, or endlessly picking up the same object. These meaningless tasks confuse Ian and induce trance states and hallucinations, increasing his susceptibility to direction. At the end of each course, Ian has to write up and read out loud to the group how the course helped him. This forces him not only to find meaning in the meaningless tasks, but to declare it publicly. Declaring benefits he doesn't really feel creates dissonance, which Ian reduces by rationalizing that he does feel benefits. His dissonance is further reduced in 2 ways.
Ian,
First,
huh?
Ian's speech recedes...
These cult tactics always present, so yeah, and wish we could use these tactics for good things. Well, it's funny because, like, we do, right? We do use these things for, like, what we consider to be good things, right? It's just that, like, you're not going to see that as manipulation, right? Like, you're not going to see that as, you're not going to see, okay, like, if I tell you, like, if I tell you, okay, look, like, we have really good conversations on Discord, like, you know, join the Discord, right? I've just dropped the fucking link, right? I'm manipulating you. I'm telling you, here's a promise of good conversations and blah 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 blah, and I'm dropping the link right there. It makes it so fucking easy for you to do, right? I like, you know, whether or not it works, whether or not Dr. Man and oh shit, my light went out. Whether or not Dr. Man joins the Discord or not, that's me attempting to manipulate you, right? But you're not gonna frame it that way. Like, if I praise you for voting, just voting, that's me manipulating. Yo, you scammer! I'll never join your Discord pyramid screen. She grooms people. No, I do not groom people. That is lies and slander, okay? But you see my point, right? Like, we do use these things for quote-unquote good. It's just that, like, it's just, we don't see it. You're not seeing it, right? I think I know what you mean, though. I wish we would be able to use these in, like, an ethical way and, like, a coordinated way, and achieve good. And, you know, I think that happens naturally, right? She croons her cats and burb. Get her! No. First question you should always ask before joining someone's Discord, does it have NSFW? My Discord does not have NSFW. We do not do NSFW. Good question, though. That is a good point, Dr. Man, okay? Alright.
Huge praise and applause from other members, validating his words, and building on his feelings of acceptance and loyalty to the group. Second, the testimony of other members further justifies the idea that the tasks had meaning. Other activities train Ian not to react to provocation, for instance when being goaded with insults and jokes by other members. Ian learns to disconnect from confrontation. He rationalizes that this training is helping him focus. It'll soon be put to other uses. Ian's told of the group's interest in the betterment of humankind. Their aim is total freedom for everyone on the planet.
Okay, hold on. It does have a debate channel, though. Same level of pervetry. Okay. Hold on, let me get the... Got 5 minutes, gotta get back to other stuff. Alright. He's a sleepy boy. I'm gonna go put him back on the bed, okay? Alright, let's keep going. There was barely any kitty time.
Resonates
that was better than no kitty time. Be
happy. But he's told about critics who want to sabotage this important work, spreading lies.
Link to this video? Yeah, absolutely. Here, I will get you the link. It is a great video. I have always enjoyed Termin Trees. He's not perfect, but definitely a worthwhile thing to check out, you know?
The group encourages Ian to avoid mainstream media for this reason. He's always been against censorship, but censorship has now been repackaged as a sensible precaution against destructive critics.
What is he not perfect
the group
on?
Now control.
I think that sometimes he... Okay. So, for example, like, I think... And I'll answer this quickly, okay? I think that sometimes he does do the atheist thing of, like, okay, there's no benefits to religion or whatever, right? Like, in that sense, his relationship with religion has been, like, completely and utterly fucked, right? But that doesn't mean that people don't find, like, personal, like, you know, validation or any, like, there are good things about religion. And he's completely brain poisoned on that, right? That, and also some of the some of his stuff tends to be like, oh, it's all kind of connected, you know, which is kind of true and kind of not, you know. Guy never met Ned Flanders. Oh god. You know the cult of digging when they start identifying the enemies for you? Yeah, the suppressive persons or whatever it is the Scientology says, yeah.
Controls all information about the group. When later confronted by critics in person, Ian automatically disconnects from them, as he's been trained to do, blocking out the very folks who could help him. In everyday life, Ian feels better, sharper, more confident, more effective. But it's an illusion. With the group's courses pitched at kindergarten levels, in developmental terms, far from being stretched, Ian's been slowly regressing. After completing the basic courses, Ian's processed straight into the next level. A strange, over-ritualized kind of counseling is introduced, using lie detector-like technology to gauge his emotional reaction as he repeatedly confronts difficult memories. The aim is to nullify all emotional reaction to past traumas until it no longer registers on the apparatus. These counseling sessions are expensive.
It's auditing, right?
Sometimes very tiring, but he frequently emerges feeling lighter. The sessions take him further and further into the past until he's not quite sure if he's dealing with real memories. Ian visits his parents. He talks about the group. His father is concerned about the money Ian's getting through and does an internet search on the group. He's disturbed at what he reads and asks Ian to take a look, but Ian declines, saying it's all lies. When he tells the group about his parents' reaction, Ian finds himself being interviewed at length, with concerns expressed about how their influence could seriously damage his progress. At the end of an exhausting session, Ian agrees to only discuss superficial subjects with his parents. He takes the issue to counseling to nullify his emotional reaction. The group's noble aim of total freedom for everyone on the planet has been repackaged. Total freedom now means freedom to do what the group allows. Everyone on the planet now means everyone who remains uncritical of the group. 3 years and thousands of dollars later, Ian's completed 2 levels of counseling.
I was just having a discussion of why haven't lefties used religion as a guise for tax-free organization and aid and shelter for free speech. We're too atheist-filled. We are. His ass better have an OT level of less than 5 words over. I don't know what his OT level was, but it's whatever the level. If I'm understanding correctly, it's whatever the level is that lets you, that gives you the knowledge about the Xenu thing, right? Is that 5? I don't actually remember. If they work to desensitize you from deep past traumas, it can kind of work you to remove them from your identity so the group can install their own in its place. Well, I think it's like operating thetans. Wait. What level is that, though? I don't actually know. I don't remember. It's been too long since I've looked into, like, Scientology, okay? I know way more about Jehovah's Witnesses than I know about Scientology. But yeah, the desensitization, like, even the idea of, the idea of valuing desensitization as, like, a thing that will make you better, that's something that they had to teach him, right? Like, that's not something that we think of naturally, like, and this is also something that is kind of instilled in us to a degree, right? Like, we're told that, like, not having a reaction or not displaying emotions is, like, better for us, right? You gotta be OT level 7 for that Brad girl, I'm pretty sure. Well, okay, here, I'll keep playing, okay? They'll tell us. I don't know if they tell us, like, what level he got to, yeah?
He's also expecting his second child with his new wife, also a member of the group. Time for level 3. He's led into a room and shown
maybe
a
it's level
document
3?
that tells him the following information.
Well, or maybe it's level 3 of manipulation.
Millions of years ago, an evil galactic ruler transported billions of aliens to Earth in space planes, placed them around volcanoes, and blew them up with nuclear weapons. As they departed from their bodies, the alien spirits were then captured in electronic traps and subjected to a month-long 3D propaganda movie that implanted false ideas in them, including the world religions.
Wife and second child
roamed the Earth aimlessly, and when humans evolved, they attached themselves in clusters to their bodies. These alien spirits are what keep humans from fulfilling their full potential. Ian now experiences perhaps the most violent dissonance of his life. If he rejects the alien story, he's out, and all the time, energy, and money he's invested in the group has been wasted. The group's strict policy of shunning dissenters also means the loss of his wife, his children, and all his friends. But beyond even these threatening realities is a deep-seated belief that will keep him under the group's influence, hemorrhaging money for another 2 years. I could never be manipulated. To him, the only folks who fall for cons are gullible, acquiescent, stupid. And that's just not him. And indeed, that wasn't him. Nonetheless, he was recruited, not because of some personality deficiency, but simply because he's a human being who, like all of us, possesses a brain that's evolved to strive towards consistency. In his extreme state of dissonance, Ian is led directly into a counseling session to nullify his emotional reaction.
Jim Jones.
A few years.
Also, yeah. Wait. What level? I'm actually curious now. What level this is? What OT level do you have for? It is level 3. Oh dear. Operating Thetan level 3. Jesus Christ. He was ML. Oh wait, oh wait, you're saying Jim Jones? Bro, what? Hey yo, what the fuck? He was ML and used religion? I mean, I like, it's not that it's not possible. I'm sure it's possible, and I'm sure it happened. But, I don't even know, like, atheist pilled. I think that, like, you can... I don't know that, like... Because I think that a lot of people will retain, like, a level of, like, spirituality, right? That can be exploited, right? But yeah.
Years ago, a woman wrote to me to tell me she'd once thought I used demonic psychological techniques in my videos. She'd been in a very controlling, fundamentalist religious group at the time, and was disturbed to find herself feeling persuaded by some of the atheist counter-arguments I was presenting. She was convinced I'd used satanic mind control to put her under a spell. This was no random rationalization. Her group had told her this was how the atheist got you, and she was terrified it had happened to her. To try and break the spell, she watched the same videos over and over to figure out exactly how I'd corrupted her. It was during this process of analysis that she came to realize the simpler explanation. She'd been persuaded by legitimate counterarguments. She then realized something else. She'd become an atheist. This woman's story is an illustration of how manipulative groups develop strategies to put critics in no-win situations. If I fail to persuade, I lose. If I succeed in persuading, I must be cheating. Therefore, I lose. Manipulative groups often possess a wealth of ready-made rationalizations, deviously designed so that their members' cognitive dissonance is resolved in the group's favor. Some of them involve splitting a single concept into 2 categories. We saw this with our hypothetical friend from Evil Group A, whose goodness was invalidated by repackaging it as a deception. Whatever good she did only proved her deceitfulness. Here, goodness was effectively split into true goodness and false goodness. Group A's goodness was always false. The authors of the Bible perform a similar split in regard to wisdom, dividing it into true, godly wisdom and false, worldly wisdom. Worldly wisdom, which employs human philosophy, reason, and logic, is dismissed in various books, including Proverbs and Romans, but 1 Corinthians goes further. In chapter 1, we're told that godly wisdom appears foolish to the worldly wise, that Yahweh has deliberately chosen foolish means by which to confound the worldly wise, turning the worldly wise into fools. This repackaging of wisdom allows the group to rebuff all criticisms out of hand. Of course the critics think their religion is foolish. Their God deliberately made their beliefs incomprehensible to the worldly wise. Manipulative groups sometimes try to shield themselves from their critics by keeping their beliefs secret. Some groups suggest their beliefs are so potent they could strike down or even kill the uninitiated.
Like
when he was recruited into the Unification Church,
the fucking the Scientology thing is like that thing was supposed to be a secret, right? I remember when when I think it was South Park, right, that did the whole thing, and everyone was like, "Oh my god." It was like a whole fucking spectacle, and it's precisely because like that's supposed to be secret. Like, you're not supposed to know that before you do all this shit.
otherwise known as the Moonies. Steve Hassan, a leading writer, speaker, and counselor in the field of manipulative groups, was told, "You wouldn't feed a baby thick pieces of steak, would you? You have to feed a baby something it can digest, like formula." Well, these people are spiritual babies. Don't tell them more than they can handle, or they'll die. Lafayette Ronald Hubbard, founder of pseudoscientific Dianetics and Scientology, suggested that if folks were told about Scientology's Xenu creation myth without appropriate preparation, they might develop pneumonia. The Xenu story has become pretty common knowledge due to countless testimonies from ex-Scientologists, but a global Xenu-induced pneumonia epidemic has yet to be reported. Some groups claim it's pointless to try and explain beliefs that are too advanced for non-members to comprehend. Heaven's Gate was a UFO religious group who committed mass suicide by ingesting phenobarbital mixed into applesauce.
Wait, I'm actually like, okay, hold on. Maybe I'm thinking too much into this, but the whole like, you know, you become a Republican when you're older, isn't that a bit of a gatekeeping thing, you know? Like once you have more knowledge, you'll understand. I don't know. I might be overthinking that.
Believing this would allow their souls to be picked up on a spacecraft trailing the Hale-Bopp comet. In a testimony video recorded shortly before their deaths, one member used the analogy of a person on a doctoral degree in quantum mechanics, trying to explain to a second grader what he's learned. Another favorite maneuver used by manipulative groups to deflect criticism is to develop a persecution narrative. Here, rather than splitting a single concept into two, the group will instead join distinct concepts into one. Persecution is about the systematic mistreatment of an individual or group. It's about cruel and unfair behavior, where a group is angrily criticized and condemned for social, legal, and/or ethical violations. That's not persecution, that's protest. Government officials jailed for criminally denying the rights of people they personally deem unworthy are not being persecuted for their religious beliefs. Parents jailed for letting children die by denying them vital medical assistance are not being persecuted for their religious beliefs. They're being punished for their own cruel and unfair behavior towards their fellow humans. By repackaging a...
Okay, wait, real quick. That level of claiming medical impossibilities is something special. Orban's party in Hungary has supposedly reached this. They claim they have truth serum injections, bro. Hey, yo, what the fuck? That's crazy. What the fuck? I have not heard that. That's fucking wild. Once you get rewarded in life for being at the right place at the right time, you'll say, fuck you, got mine. Oh, yep. Nope. That is very, very true. I mean, look at all of those, like, there are so many racist, like, immigrants who are just like, yeah, I came in the right way. Like, I've even, funnily enough, like, there's been, like, once or twice where I've gotten that rhetoric, of like, yeah, you came in the right way. Like, presenting me as an example of, like, somebody who came in the right way, you know? I came the right way. God damn it, McFiston. Okay, but how do we know? Do we know their souls didn't get picked up by the comet? You know what? Cade, you're right. We don't know. They could all be picked up right now. Shit. I never thought about it that way, honestly.
Appropriate protest and punishment as persecution. Not only do manipulative groups get to commit all kinds of abuses guilt-free, they get to feel like martyrs while they're doing it. Consoling them further are passages from their holy books that promise great rewards for being persecuted, after they die, of course. It's been put to me more than once that critics don't stand a chance against belief systems that are so psychologically ring-fenced and can wield such gargantuan carrots and sticks. And yet critics do get through. Though the odds are stacked in the group's favor, dissonance isn't guaranteed to go their way. Time after time, something sticks. A phrase, an image, an argument, a question. That tiny fragment of clarity is sometimes all it takes to instigate a process of self-extraction. So, critics take heart and speak out.
So that was like the whole, like, you know, the seed thing, right? Because like you can't know what it is that would like get somewhere with somebody. And I think to go back to what I think Hybrid was saying with the debate stuff, right? Like, yeah, it could very well be that the thing that sticks with you is seeing your fucking... I mean, it's funny because I actually remember talking to Chip Chaser about this and saying, like... and talking about, like, you know, seeing your like streamer daddy be pounded into the ground by like facts and logic. Like, we like to think that doesn't work, that it does work, and it doesn't. And then hybrid literally comes along. It's like, yep, that worked for me. And it's like, barely any pauses. Great react. You shut the hell your mouth, okay? I've paused right now. Also, I'm trying to get this done before 6 o'clock so I can go do other things with my day, okay? But yeah, like, I think that that's where that comes in. It's like, you don't know what's gonna work. What's frustrating is that, especially if you're in this line of work, right? Or if your thing is, for example, if your thing is you are a professional atheist, right? Which is a very cringe term to say it in that way. But if you're somebody who is like, if you're like an Alex O'Connor, or like, you know, you're one of these people who debates Christian, or like, you know, any of these Christian or atheists, like, you don't get to see any of this manifest. You don't get to see any of this, right? And same thing with like you know, guiding somebody out of like this fucking MAGA thinking. Unless you are personally like, unless you like, to, as Sen kind of put it, unless you have a personal project with somebody who is in your life and who you're invested in, right? You're not gonna see them progress, right? Like, you might even, all you might ever see is like the defiant like refutation. Like, even if they're like boiling inside of like with like the cognitive dissonance, you might never see it, right? And you, like, maybe they'll go on, they'll be disturbed by what you say, and then go on and find somebody else who appeals to them, and they might never tie it back to when they first felt disturbed or disquieted by the thing you said, right? And I think that because that's really hard to pin back. And so much like, it's not like in terms of like behavioral psychology, right? It's really, really hard to reinforce a behavior if you don't like do it immediately. If there's not a clear like connection between behavior and consequence, right? Like, you're not going to be reinforced for that behavior, right? Just like you know, just like it's the only time that we get to like, that we kind of bypass that time thing is like with food, for example, right? Like, if we, and that's only because it's so important for our bodies to not eat bad food, right? Like, or bad, like, you know, like, if any of y'all have like eaten something and like hours later you could have gotten sick, but you will still retain that, like, you will still retain the connection to the food that you ate. Like, you will retain that negative association for a very fucking long time. But that's like the only thing that's the only way in which we make connections between things that are like temporally distant, right? Like, if we touched you know, if we touched like a dirty bathroom doorknob and got like a cold 3 days later, that's not gonna you're not gonna fucking make a connection to touching the dirty bathroom door and not washing your hands, whatever the fuck, you know? You're just not gonna do it.
Our minds are vast networks
Don't get
of
sick. I think Asimet's
striving not necessarily for
anti-sick
truth,
gotcha, yeah.
but for internal consistency, so that the injection of a false idea into that network can have a domino effect, distorting the ideas around it. From this, 3 things become clear. 1. The importance of anchoring our beliefs in firm evidence and valid, sound logic. The more we lower these standards, the easier false ideas slip inside. 2. The importance of getting comfortable with not knowing. If we don't know whether an assertion is true or false, we need to be real about that. Taking the dishonest position of "I know," based on what we want to believe, could lead to false rationalizations if future evidence contradicts us. Taking the honest position of "I don't know," means future evidence can be assessed openly. 3. The importance of understanding the techniques of manipulative groups. These groups are practiced at insinuating false ideas into our cognitive networks, gradually turning our worlds upside down, so that while we think we're still grounded in reality, we've instead hooked ourselves to clouds, and we're drifting slowly away from all sense and reason. One of the best preventative measures against recruitment? Learn about recruitment techniques. One of the best ways of doing that? Listen to the stories of the people who've been there. Manipulative groups are often made of folks just like you and me. That's what makes them so effective. Because the folks who recruit us
Evidence
are
and
just
logic,
like
bro.
us. Another
Well,
preventative
no,
measure
no, no,
is-
no. It is. I think, yes, it sounds pretentious to say it like that, but I think that last point that he says is like the empathetic part of it, right? Where just like when we were at the beginning and we're asking, you know, what do we think about that man, right? Like, do we think he is somebody who, like, do we think he's like credulous, you know? Do we think he's like stupid? It's like, no, I think it's perfectly like to assume, and like this is kind of like the empathy, like this is where it ties back to kind of the MAGA things, right? There are very smart people who are conservatives. There are smart people who are maggots. Like that's like something we have a very hard time swallowing because of, and there's times where it's like, how do you not see this? Like, how are you so stupid so as to see? Like, again, when we were talking about farmers, right? It's not as if these people are all idiots. Like, that doesn't make that just like doesn't make sense, like, statistically speaking, right? Of course they're technically skilled. They might even, like, they would be, I'm doing it right now. I'm saying I'm saying I might be smart. All right, Kate, thanks for stopping by. Have a good stream. Like, I think that, like, and I'm saying it, but the reality is, like, there are smart people who are farmers, right? And there are MAGA people who aren't, like, they're not inhumane, right? Look at how many nurses. Look at how many nurses there are. Like, does anyone else remember, like, how many fucking nurses ended up being anti-vax and shit? Like, does anyone remember that? Like, that was so bizarre for me to realize that there are so many nurses who are just, like, it's, like, so crazy to think that, like, you could literally be in this field and be anti-vax. And be, like, you know, like, it seems so crazy, but it's possible, right? How dare you accuse nurses of being... Oh, shut up. But, like, you get my point, right? Anti-vax, let's go. They cause autism or something, right? Like, medical education fields are reliant on ordered thinking fallacies. I mean, I can see that. It's just that it's, I guess it's surprising when those fallacies result in, like, in basically, like conclusions that go so strongly against, like, what's considered scientific, like, consensus, right? I think that's the problem. Like, I see what I get what you mean, Cassie. It's just like, it's surprising when you have a nurse that's anti-vax. That makes no sense, right? Well, something clicked for me when the essay said they crave consistency in their world. Yeah, no, that's like, honestly, that part, the consistency part, is what was like, that's like the. I'm gonna be completely honest, like, that was the pull in this video for me, right? It's not the fact, like people who fall for this shit, or, like, you know, they're not looking, their main goal is not, like, what's the truth, right? And you can pull this, and see this in literally fucking everything, right? Down to, I'm bringing it up again, the fucking lefty versus lib debate, okay? Like, they're not looking for truth, they're looking for consistency. They want the things, of course they're never going to, of course, no one's gonna ever seek out leftists who actually know their shit. Of course, Wix, like, Wick is never going to seriously make an effort to bring Hassan on to talk to him. Of course, he's never going to do it, because that would mean an actual challenge to his thinking, right? What would he do instead? He would make he'd spat with him on Twitter. He'd say, well, you could come on the show, and then Destiny will be there, and then it's like, bro, you know that Hassan is never going to agree to that. Why? Because Destiny's gonna be on the show. It's not gonna be on Twitch, brother. It's gonna have to be on YouTube. Why would Hassan ever want to come onto the show? Like, you've set that up. You set that up, and then you're taking credit for him not showing up. Like, that happened literally the other day, right? He doesn't want to have a conversation with Hassan. He wants to be able to say, I did this challenge, Hassan's not going to show up. Oh, well, guess what? Hassan didn't show up, right? So the only person we have to talk to now, who's going to represent our belief, the opposing belief, is somebody that we've already talked to 1,000 times before about this literal same thing, and we've come up with like easy way, or like we've come up with really familiar ways of countering this person's beliefs. That person being Soy Pill, by the way. Like, to me, that you're right, Cassie. It's like a big brain moment with this thing, right? They're too close to the problem to be rational. Too close and lacking the reason. They feel they know enough and are in the field, so they should be able to determine. Well, and that is there's sort of like a Dunning-Kruger going on there, right? Like, you know enough. There's multiple things that go into this. I'm like guaranteed, right? With nurses, but yeah, I don't know, like go to my point before. Oh wait, hold on. Nurses are probably more anti-vax because they never dealt with the eradicated diseases and their outcomes, but see kids with ADHD and think the amount of vaccines is crazy. Oh yeah, sure, right. But and I'll only like address this like as far as like, because I understand it's more like there's way more factors than this, right? But like, okay, so for example, like one of the things with the anti-vaxxers is like, people were saying like there's a lot more kids that are getting diagnosed with like as autistic, right? And it's like, dog, that's because we understand it better. That's because more people have access to testing, more people, like we've broadened these things, right? Like, yeah, of course more people are gonna fucking get diagnosed. All right, Hybrid Heathen, thanks for hanging out. Have a good rest of your day. Fuck farmers, true. Like the but yeah, and I
Fuck
would say,
farmers. I hope Tyson buys up every single acre and you have to move to a city and learn to code. Fuck farmers and fuck you.
Thank you for the 147. I appreciate it, right? I think it shows the fallacy of intelligence when it comes to these. Oh yeah, sure. Yes, and then that intelligence would work against them because like they're in that field. They would know, right? Like, of course. Yeah, I'm gonna use, like, I would use my own like credentials. I would use my own knowledge of my field in order to argue my points, right? Yeah, no, I completely see that, right?
To disarm the belief.
Also, I'm upset that you accused Vic of being intelligent. That's worse than the nurses. Shut up, Sen. But also, like, that the thing is like, on one hand, it's like you can call that slimy, right? Like, you can call that whole process, like, you can label it whatever you want. At the end of the day, what is it doing? It's preventing him from ever having an opportunity to actually genuinely change his mind. And I would say that that is, like, that's a disappointment, right? Especially coming from somebody who used to be called Death of Certainty. It's disappointing, but it's also understandable. Like, I understand that. And so, like, why would I ever expect Wick to actually challenge his beliefs? Like, why would I expect him to do that, you know? I don't know, just food for thought, right? Hey, Mad Lad, thank you for the sub to MAGA Camper. God damn it. You're assuming he wants to change his mind over just farming content? No, I'm saying that, like, yeah, I'm saying, what I'm trying to say, though, is that, like, that's an added bonus, or that's an added risk, right? Like, if you actually put in that effort to get Hassan onto the show, you might actually have a chance at, like, there's a risk there, right? So, nuclear bombs have been launched, and we have a 12-minute window before touchdown. So what are you feeling, gang? Opening thoughts? Look, I like Wick, okay? I'm just saying, I think it's a good example of what that might actually look like in practice, right? Like, why? And it's something that I've always that I've from the beginning of this conversation, I've had that issue of, like, the people who come on to argue this shit, right? Like, when you frame it that way, and it also ties back to what I was saying earlier about having these conversations against a backdrop of, like, a chat that, like, your natural inclination is to sit in the chat of whoever you're supporting more and shit on the other person, right? That's like a panel problem. That's a debate problem. That's a Twitch poll. That's a very specifically Twitch poll debate problem. And I think that those things are, like, you know, to Wick's credit, those things are, like, outside of his control. Like, he's doing what he needs to do. Like, he's doing what we all would do. Well, okay, hold on. I'm not saying that. Like, because there would be some people who would not want that specifically, but might end up there anyway, right? I guess my thing is that, like, it'd be nice. I have said, again, I've said this, like, once you have, like, people like Ogre Boy coming on as, like, the harbinger of the left, it's like, okay, what are we talking about here? And, like, every single person who comes on who's, like, lefty is, you know, why would any serious leftists come on and talk to y'all, right? And that's fine if you want to say, oh, like, you know, they're running, you know, they don't want to argue their beliefs and stuff. But you're putting yourself, like, you have to see how the left is put into a no-win position. You have put them in that position. Twitch poll is not positioned to be welcoming to leftists, right? And there's every opportunity is taken to deliberately misunderstand them and paint them in a specific light. Yeah, of course they're not gonna want to fucking talk to you.
Well, honk, honk, motherfucker! Honk, honk!
What is this? What is this copy pasta, Mad Lad? Okay, I gotta wrap this up, bro. There's 1 minute of this.
Walk in grinning, teeth -1 on cue. Pre-approved takes. Nothing new. Cards in hand, but eyes on fame. Don't need wit. Drop the N-word for $5. They nod along. They fake surprise recycled jokes. Repackaged lies, buzzword banter, cursed but bland. Few thoughts, none unplanned.
It's the... Okay, but the $5? Wait, hold on. Pre-approved takes, nothing new. Cards in hand, but eyes on fame. Don't need wit. Drop the N-word for... What? Come on, you could have done a little better. I like the ending was funny. Alright, okay, let's finish it. I do love seeing Ice Beans as arguments are just becoming my arguments. Okay, I mean, I have been influenced, right?
Can be used against us to induce dissonance. As Aronson and Mill showed, we're sometimes fooled into thinking that groups who get us to jump through hoops are worthwhile because we want to believe our time isn't wasted. That phrase, want to believe, is like a signpost saying, examine me. Is this belief justified? Or is it a wishful distortion?
Okay, funnily enough, I'm sorry, I know I'm pausing again within like 10 seconds, but funnily enough, this is actually a technique that I have learned in therapy, is like when I'm like something that I'm supposed to do that I have a hard time doing, right? It's why I have to work on it, is basically when I'm framing a situation a certain way.
Wait. Bro, what is this sick Pokemon attack, or are you just casting some crazy spell?
You know, we leftists need to learn to take a compliment. Fascists steal our rhetoric and imagery. It's flattering.
Jesus. Thank you for the 101, Eon. I appreciate that. But like, okay, so like the oh my god. What was it? Oh, right, the thing, right? Like something I'm supposed to do is also, I'm supposed to be saying like, what is the story that I'm telling myself, right? That's so hard, bro. I find that so hard to do because it's like I will always phrase it as like, yeah, this is what's happened. Like they've just done this, or like, and it's like, okay, what am I telling myself, right? And it's specific. I'm supposed to specifically like think of it as the story I'm telling myself, because at the end of the day, a lot of the times, well, not a lot of the times, but like, the word story is the thing that's like jolting me out of this idea that what I'm expressing like is what it is happening. Like it's jolting me out of that natural assumption, right? Because the story that I could be telling myself could be true, but I'm forcing myself to actually look at it and say, okay, you said this, and I am interpreting that as this. Like, this is what it sounds like to me. It might not even have to be like the word story, but yeah, anyways. Like wishful distortion, right?
The fact is, our time is sometimes wasted by undeserving pursuits. When we acknowledge that, this particular manipulation is disarmed. And
also, by the way, this is the other thing too, right? And look, I know that this is a dumbing down of it. It's not that it's disarmed, right? Like, you saying my time is sometimes wasted is not the end of it, right? But you are more likely to be able to say, like, yeah, okay, this wasn't worth it, right? So don't think that, like, that is the end all be all, yeah.
We can apply the same principle to many other ideas we want to believe that can be used against us. For instance, that we're always right, or that we can always judge a person's character. I'm sure you can think of other examples. I'll end on one.
Oh, I want
Wanting to believe we can't be manipulated. Of course, we're manipulated all the time. Manipulated by adverts to buy products. Manipulated by loved ones to do favors. But if we ever have the misfortune of getting recruited by a manipulative group, this wishful distortion could block all our escape routes, keeping us in a state of denial. Seems paradoxical, but the moment we admit we can be manipulated, we instantly reduce our chances of being manipulated, because we become more open to evidence that we have been. Chances are some folks watching this are in a manipulative group right now, excusing their group's abuses and
the Ice Beans group. Let's go.
hypocrisy. The more aware we are of their methods, and of our own human quirks and biases, the less successful they'll be in keeping us doing what keeps them alive. Bending truth.
Alright. Calling us out. Alright. Again, again, like, fantastic video. I personally like this guy a lot. And yeah, like this and the other, like, this and the other video set of videos that I was mentioning earlier was like the was the like this is a huge basis of what my video is going to be about, you know. So like once that actually comes out, you're going to see a lot of these points come back up. Cringe video wasn't racist enough. All right. Alrighty then. Okay. One last plug for the stream. Okay? Like the live stream, please. Give me a follow, give me a subscribe on YouTube because I really need those right now. Like, I'm not even joking. Go do that. If you don't like the video, if nothing else, just go fucking subscribe to me, okay? You can even turn off the fucking bells. I don't care. Go subscribe. It literally costs you nothing. There you go. But yeah, so the chances of me streaming tomorrow are actually pretty high because I'm not gonna be I'm gonna be free Sunday. Let's put it that way. Tomorrow though, if we do stream, it will be Dark Souls. So maybe we can put on like hey, maybe we can put on the fucking I had an idea for you. Okay. I'm listening. Okay, also, let's see. Ooh. Can we can we put a link to gift YouTube subs in Twitch chat? Wait, to gift YouTube's? No, because, well, okay, hold on. If you're talking about memberships, unfortunately, the problem is that I need to be monetized for that. And the way to be monetized is I need 500 subs and I need a certain amount of like watch hours on my stuff. So I'm going to be working on like putting out actual content like VOD segments, shorts and things like that. And so that way I can actually meet my monetization goals, because then like, yeah, so right now what I need right now, here, let me show you. Okay. Right now I'm at 209 subscribers, right? And I need 500. Maybe I'll just start watching on YouTube. I am totally okay with you doing whatever you know. If like, you're certainly welcome to do that. It would definitely help. Bot farmer? No, don't do that. I a lot of times what I'll do is I'll watch on YouTube. I'll use the YouTube player, but I'll use like a third-party app for like the Twitch chat. Get the best of both worlds, you know what I mean? So yeah, anyways, I'm gonna peace out. We are gonna raid into Ampar, who is apparently playing Life is Strange. Wait, is he playing Life is Strange? He was a second ago. So we're gonna do that. But I will be back tomorrow, okay? Wait, is he playing? What's happening? Is he just paused? BRB. Okay, he's BRBing. Okay, alright. We'll raid over anyway. Have a relaxing night. Thanks for fun. Thank you, I appreciate y'all hanging out with me, okay? God damn. No, he turned off his, oh my fucking god. Hey yo, he just fucking ended his stream. Hello? Sips morning coffee. Ooh, I might make another cup of coffee, okay? Hold on. This guy just fucking dips, bro. He dips. Okay, hold on. Get wrecked, nerd. Give me a second. I know we raided Gust last time, so I kind of want to raid somebody else today. And Pisco's not on either. Hold on. Let's see. Motherfucker. Let's see here. It's been a while since we went to Raptor Blue. We could go to him. Let's see what he's done. Alright. Oh!
Coaches
Oh!
are usually super religious? Yeah. So, like, this is some wild, like, what the fuck is this?
Content warning. We are currently covering objectionable,
really
offensive
uploaded this
content for the purposes of education. Interesting.
So we're gonna look at this one. So that he reads.
Yeah, let's raid
Actually, the
raid
debate.
Raptor. It's been a while, okay? It's been a while. It's been a while. I've been brain poisoned by coconuts. Okay. All right, be good. Don't be cringe, okay? We don't raid Raptor Blue often. If you have my emotes, just here, you can do this one. Okay? You can do this one. I don't know if he has 7TV. Let's take a look. He does not seem to have 7TV. Oh, wait. No, wait. Come on. That's fine. You could just copy and paste it. It's fine. You could just also say beans, right? It's not a big deal. Alright, be good. I will see y'all tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out. Bye!